Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watts World. I hope all is well. Let's see here. Sandy, good to see you. Cheryl Rich, always good to see you. Give a few minutes, see if anybody's going to come in here on this beautiful Monday evening. Man, I know it got pretty, well, it felt warm today, and it ain't even got as hot as it's going to get. I think we got up to like 93 today, and trying to finish up a house and get everything turned on, and whew, well, it was a warm one in there. Just trying to get the AC hooked up, and we got everything terminated and realized, hell, the heating and air guys ain't even finished doing what they're doing. So couldn't even get the AC blowing. We ran the lines and terminated power and got all the disconnects set. I think they're supposed to come back tomorrow and hook everything up on their end, charge the unit, whatever they got to do. Blue Butterfly, good to see you. Yeah, it was a warm one here today. I think we got up to about 93. I think it's supposed to be in the 90s all this week. Nothing too bad, but you know. Spring is upon us, Cheryl. Good to see you. I hope all is well. Yeah, about 3 o'clock, shoot, I was sweating bullets. I said, man, kind of hard to tell what the weather's going to do season by season. But I said, man, if this is any sign of it, it's definitely going to be a warm summer. Oh yeah, we had power on, so we had we got power turned on, so every room had a fan has a fan in it, so we had the windows open, the doors open, and the fans circulating, and it wasn't too bad, you know. Hmm. I'm guessing some storms is coming through Kansas. Hmm. Yeah, but for some reason this house we're wiring up locally. They all the other trades we're here locally, but the heating and air guys is from out of town. I don't know why they decided to do that, but I think they said they'll be coming back Wednesday to finish up on their end. No, we got to do electrical wise when we go back to the house is set the double oven and put the ceiling fan, lights, receptacles, and switches in the back patio. Whenever they get that sheetrocked in and painted, they were hanging sheetrock in the patio today. So by the end of this week or the first of next week, we should be able to wrap that job up. A friend of a friend of a friend, you know. A friend in need is a friend indeed. But had a couple service calls this morning before we went and finished that project, but a couple of them fell through. I think there was definitely a lack or miscommunication along the way somewhere. But yeah, spent pretty much most of the day on that one project trying to wrap it up. It's like no matter what we do to try to get out of there, it's just we can't get out of there. Everybody's got a different definition or a different understanding or meaning of different words. Like their definition of the word done and finished is definitely not the definition that I would use, you know. When some of these guys say, "Yeah, I'm done," or "Yeah, I'm finished," y'all can come on and do what y'all got to do. They ain't even nowhere halfway done. And you bank on people's words, being honest, and then you get over there and it's like, wow, I done wasted 2 hours ripping and running, getting material, getting over here, and these folks ain't even nowhere near ready. There ain't even nearly no point in me even being here. So then you got to back up, punt, regroup, go to the next one. But yeah, the biggest thing is just communication. Different contractors and different builders just communicating properly. Everybody's saying that they're saying the thing, but nobody is hearing the thing. Nobody is acknowledging that the other person heard it. They're all just saying, "Yeah, we said the thing," but I don't know. Mary Freeland, good to see you. I hope all is well. Back like we never left, back by unpopular demand. And Garvey, good to see you as well. Right now, I'm just kind of ranting a little bit about electrical. Probably don't make a whole lot of sense. Don't feel bad. I'm living it. I'm experiencing it, and it still doesn't make very much sense to me either. I think I don't know, the next chance of storms or rain they got is this weekend. They keep threatening us. For the last 2 weekends, they threaten us to get some rain on the weekend, but the weekend gets here, nothing. I guess this weekend will be a big weekend. Uh, well, I'll definitely be enjoying it. I'll have Monday off. It's nice to have a 3-day weekend, but yeah, I know a lot of people will be busy doing the Memorial Day weekend festivities. It's the federal holiday, national holiday to remember all those who passed. All gave some, but some gave all. Wasn't always called Memorial Day. At one time, it was called Decoration Day. After the Civil War here in America, it was a day to honor the lives lost on the Confederate side and the Union side, to honor those who had passed during the Civil War. Uh, Brothers, fathers, uncles, both sides, kin on both sides. It was definitely an interesting time, even if it was only about 50% of what they tell us his story really was. But yeah, Memorial Day was founded, originally called Decoration Day, uh, as a homage or decorating and putting flowers on the tombstones or the memorials of those lost. Eventually, it morphed and became Memorial Day as we know it after World War I and World War II. Um, I forget the year it officially became a federal holiday. Um, I used to remember all those dates right off the top of my head, but and of course, to a lot of people, it's the unofficial kickoff to summer. Once Memorial Day gets here, we pretty much know wherever you're at in the contiguous United States that summer is right around the corner. Okay, what was the uh, what was the holiday, Ann? If there was a holiday, I'm not sure. I must have missed it. Definitely prayers for everyone tomorrow with the wild storms and saying it could be a tornado. Tuesday, I am praying for weather to not get too bad. Definitely. Yep. It was originally titled Decoration Day. Caucasian Sasquatch, good to see you, my friend. I hope all is well. The east side of Georgia is clear and secure. Perimeter check is good. That's what I'm saying. Let's move to East Texas and raise ducks. A man's got dreams, a man's got wants. If a man can't move to East Texas and raid a horde of ducks, then what can he do? What is there to live for? All that's left is alpacas, you know what I mean? Alpacas in New Mexico. Good to see you as always. John Dunning, good to see you. How about that? You made it in before the alien invasion started tonight. Good timing. Perfect timing. You don't want to be anywhere else when the alien invasion pops off. Where will you be? I got you May 24th weekend in Canada. I feel like I should know that date. Mrs. Metal, good to see you. Always good to see you. I hope all is well in the beautiful state of Michigan. See, I've been getting some warm weather too. Yeah. It's kind of business as usual here. It's weather wise. That was the only good thing. Because if it would have rained at any point this week in the low 90s, oh man, it'd have felt like you was walking through a bowl of hot soup. Oh dear, when birthing babies, that's uh that's what one of my sisters does. One of my sisters that's a nurse. She she does that. She works in the what do they call it? Like I don't know the specific title, maternity ward or whatever the title of the area is that where the women give birth at the hospital. That's where she works. Uh, Man, she's delivered a ton of babies already. But that's her. She works night shift. I think she works, I don't know, 12 hours a night or something. She don't work every day. It's like I don't know, like 3 or 4 days on, 3 days off, something like that. But she works nights, and she says she loves working nights. You don't have all the hustle and bustle and riff-raff of all the day crew. All the people coming and going during the day. There's no visiting hours. Stuff like that's pretty much minimal. She likes it. She's even had to well, going through nursing school, she had to sit through all that type of stuff, surgeries, open heart surgery, birthing babies. 'Cause it's one thing to think about it and say you can do it, talk about doing it, read it in a book, but it's a whole different ball game once you see it face to face. It ain't on no, it ain't on a PowerPoint, it ain't on a video. You ain't reading about it, you're actually seeing it. And she passed it everything with flying colors. Um, whatever you call it, not the dean, whatever the dean's list or whatever you call that grading scale. She was top flight the whole way through, and it paid off. She definitely loves what she does. I don't know if I could do it. I can't say that I could do something like that. I can handle a lot of stuff, but you know, maybe the birth of a child if I ever have a child, but to do something like that every day definitely takes a special kind of person. You know what I mean? Yeah, the maternity ward, and she's got some type of um special degrees where she like works with the mothers and stuff after they have the baby. What do they call it? I don't know. I forget all the different terms. You know what I mean? I do good to remember what little bit I forgot, let alone the whole medical encyclopedia. Be a nurse that left to deliver babies out of the hospital and maybe give you a different opinion of the hospital versus just saying, "Oh yeah." She even delivered some pretty much on her own a few times. So it's pretty cool. She loves it. I don't know. I guess you would think. Well, I guess for some people, or I guess as a woman, I guess or even as a man, I guess a woman she wants to have children. A man he wants to have his seed. A son, a daughter, whatever it may be. But I don't know. I guess in my mind, I guess thinking and working in a scenario or a setting like that, you'd be like, nah, I'm delivering babies all day. To heck with it. But nah, she said that her and her husband they plan on having a few. But yeah, they're doing the right things. They got everything set up. They both got good jobs, so why not? Why not? I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. I know it was some good stuff if you made it. Just made an orange dreamsicle cake with fresh orange slices. Mm, sounds like some good stuff. I never ate the dreamsicle ice cream. Never was a dreamsicler. But I like a good cake though. You know what I mean? I do like a good cake. Shoot, I went down to uh what was it, Mother's Day weekend. I went down to the Boss Hog Cook Off, and there's a Mennonite bakery that I love going to. Man, that place has been open, shoot, before I was born. I forget when it opened. Maybe I don't know how long they've been in business. I don't want to misquote them, but I'll be 38 next month, and they've been open longer than I've been alive. And every time I go down there to Burke County or Waynesboro, I always have to stop in there and get something. Everything they got is just homemade. There's probably a better version, and there's probably a better recipe out there, but they do some good. Everything they got, even their donuts. I'm not a real big donut eater. I used to like donuts sometime. Last time I had Krispy Kreme, I think I gave them jokers away. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but even their donuts is good. But I got some donuts, I got some cheese danishes, and I got a few the red velvet cupcakes. Oh man. Besides my mom's red velvet cake, that was probably the best red velvet cake. I mean, it was a cupcake, but I mean, it's still the same thing. And they make everything in house from scratch. They don't put a lot of gunk and a lot of extra stuff in there, so you got to eat it up within a few days. But I don't have never have no problem with that. That's for sure. Oh yeah, sourdough bread. I love a good fresh bread, especially nowadays, man. That's just I try different brands of bread and I try to give them a shot, but to me, they just all taste horrible. I don't know, just rubbery. Um, I mean, I know it's bread, but I don't know. The flavors is just horrible. I just can't find any in the store that tastes good. I even gave the one brand, somebody told me to give the Dave's bread. I gave the Dave's bread a try, and that stuff was just as bad. I'm thinking, damn, this bread tastes just as bad to me, and it's even more expensive. I said, no, all of that stuff tastes horrible. But yeah, I go to like the local markets and different things like that, and get like loaves of bread and stuff they make. And of course, even the ingredients they get, which they've all taken a hit. Nothing is as good as it once was by certain standards as far as certain foods, but yeah, their stuff tastes so much different. I know bread is supposed to be a little airy, have a little bounce back to it, but man, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting there eating this sandwich and man, I'm just chewing and chewing and chewing and it don't feel like the bread it's going anywhere, man. It's just maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Where did all the bread go? Where did all the bread go? Mayor, good to see you. I hope all is well. I'm just ranting and raving right now. It's Watts World. It's a show about everything and nothing. Limbs to limbs. Always good to see you, brother. What you been up to today? Been climbing some 100-foot oak trees, some 150-foot pines. What you been up to today? I know you've been doing it. Yeah, or even a good roll. Nice. River birches. Nice. Yeah, I know when the after Helena came through almost 2 years ago, damage. I mean, I've talked about it before. Anybody on the East Coast from Florida to North Carolina has seen it. They've experienced it. But it gets kind of challenging when you got to remove certain trees and stuff along those homes down the Savannah River because eh, most of them can only be worked from the front sides, which means you usually got to bring in like a crane. Uh, I mean, it's impossible to even try to even attempt to think about working it from the riverside. But the level of just destruction and devastation is still unreal. You ride through some areas and it's just, I guess it's like a haircut, or when I go get me a haircut and get a beard trim, it's amazing. Just something as simple as that, it changes a lot. And I guess it's just like the canopies in the trees. It's just amazing how something as simple as that can just change so much, make the entire area look like a different area. It was a small job to record art of the live video out. I just made it public. There you go. Have to check it out. Definitely check it out. The best tree climber in the state of South Carolina. If anybody can prove me wrong, present your claims. Show some receipts. Nice. There you go. What do y'all do with the wood? What do y'all do with the different wood y'all haul off? Cypress. Imagine there's different things you could do with cypress. I don't know. Probably not so much. I don't know about burning, but I don't know. Craft wise, I know some of them people. I watched that show. What was it? Swamp People, and they'd haul the massive cypresses out the water, and them guys would come down and they'd pay top dollar for it. Um, they'd pay top dollar. They'd give them an order. They say they needed so many feet, uh, so many square feet of wood flooring, or so many to make something. And yeah, they'd make tables or what was it? Shelving or different thing. A lot of it's like I think a lot of them used it for like flooring. I think they would like trim it down and make wood flooring with it. Nice. There you go. Oh yeah, a ton of oak around here. I know I was right after the storm, man. I was riding around, and any piece of wood that I could get by myself and throw in the truck. Shit, I was loading it up. I think I got enough. hardwoods secured up and stacked up, I could kickstart the next global warming if I wanted to. Of course, for me, where I'm at here on Georgia, very rarely, well, I'll just say never. I'll just say never. As of right now, knock on wood, until something extraordinary happens. I never use wood for like heating. Even during like the snow apocalypse, the snowmageddon. I mean, it's one day, one event. you know, inside heat, insulated. It stays pretty insulated in there for the most part. Um, if anything, I just use it for cooking on the grill or in the smoker or whatnot. Any type of wood I collect like that, that's mainly what it's for. Or in the fall, I might throw a few logs in the fire pit, but that's about it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you know any people that do like uh that have like their own like milling, the planing and stuff, where they can make their own boards and stuff like that. I don't know. You link up with one of them guys. Uh, I don't know. Could be some money to be had. I don't know. South Carolina, I know there's some guys out and about. I don't know in that particular area, but yeah, you can link up with one of them guys and start giving them some product for their crafts. Is an invasive beetle. The Japanese beetles absorb eat beetles, and in Japan there's another beetle that's really infecting. Huh. Yeah, I've seen different things like that. Wow, 3 feet deep. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, definitely know what you're doing. Even something as simple as burning woods and certain things. But like you said, burning it could release different spores or different things inside that wood that could cause issues. Maybe irritate the eyes, irritate the throat, uh, lungs, allegedly. Different things. Definitely be careful. Know what you're doing. Oh, I bet. I bet. But yeah, after Helena, shoot, I got a bunch of oak, bunch of pecan. I got a bunch of, I was able to get some peach wood. I rode by the orchards and where some of the trees got messed up, I got some peach wood. Uh, that's good. That's good for like smoking. Definitely gives a certain flavor profile. Like certain woods, like cherries or apples or different type of woods. They add a different smoke or flavor profile to your cooking. Some good stuff. Shoot, sounds like in the South. From now until the end of the year, you could hear fireworks going off at any given moment for any given time. I hated I missed the fireworks show Saturday night, man. They say it was awesome. It was each year they do it bigger, badder, better, louder. They had the flame cannons out there. They had all type of stuff. They had the aerial drone show. They had the laser show. Uh, the governor of Georgia, Kemp, he finally came out of the governor's mansion. He came down here to watch the festivities. But every year the event, the Thunder over Evans, it's always a big event. It's all day, concerts, music, food. And once the sun goes down, they shoot off fireworks for about an hour straight. As soon as it gets dark, it's about an hour long show. Oh, I know. It only gets wilder, you know. This is the calm before the storm, you know. It only gets wilder, they say. Oh yeah, yeah, dogs, yeah. I've seen some dogs that don't bother them, but some dogs, yeah, it definitely can get to them for sure. Hey, that's how it is here. We're in the South, you know. We'll find a reason to shoot a firework off or something, you know. That's just they'll do that type of thing. I forget when they passed the or when they made it legal, but at one time you couldn't buy fireworks here in Georgia. When I was like a kid, shoot, if you wanted fireworks, you had to go to South Carolina and load up. You go right across the river in South Carolina, shoot. As soon as you cross the bridge, it's dozens of fireworks stands everywhere. And people used to go over there to South Carolina and load up because you could shoot them off here, but you couldn't buy or sell them here, which was crazy. So I guess they finally got caught on. You know, it was like, dang, we're losing way too much money to South Carolina. So I don't know. It's about a decade ago they changed it up. And man, as soon as they did that, it's fireworks stands everywhere over here now. I guess they make money. I don't know. I just don't see how them places make enough money to survive all year. I know some of the fireworks stands they're like seasonal, or they'll open up for like a couple weeks before, you know, like Memorial Day or Fourth of July or New Year's. But I don't know. I guess people's buying them. I just don't see how it's enough demand or enough holidays throughout the year. I don't know. Maybe I just ain't understanding the math, Pat. Maybe I just don't understand their formula of mathematics. Oh, I know, right? Shoot, that don't stop them. Shoot, let them have a fireworks sale. Shoot, that ain't nothing going to stop them. That's like all the fireworks stands here. They all got weird names like Joe Dirt. They got a firework place called Joe Dirt's Fireworks. They got another one. Oh, hey, what the heck is it called? Wacky Wayne. It's just we did some. It was another one. I can't remember the name of it. Three brothers fires, three brothers fireworks. We they took over a building from another business, and we went in there and uh did a LED retrofit package on the building. And what that means is we went in and they had the old fluorescent style bulbs with the ballasts and the light fixtures. And when we do a LED changeover, all we do is we go in, take out the ballast, remove the fluorescent bulbs, uh, wire it up internally, bypass the ballast. And then once we do that, you can put LED bulbs in. And we went in there, and I didn't get no fireworks, but old buddy was like, "Yeah, I'll hook y'all up." You know what I mean? Get the deal. My coworker got a bunch of stuff, and then it was, I don't know, it was some holiday or something. We went out there to his some of his people's house in the country and fired off about a gigaton. I think people said they was getting earthquake readings from like all the way to Charlotte. It was crazy. Yeah, yeah, they'll start pulling up in little like food truck tents and like, you know, you'll think it's you don't know if it's a revival or like a midget circus coming to town. You just see the tents going up. Like, what the heck's going on here? Outlandish Patriot, good to see you. I hope all is well. There's a big fireworks store about 5 miles up the road from me, but I imagine they get a lot of their sales. Oh yeah, travelers. Yeah, people on the highway, maybe going back to a different state where they can't get them. Who knows? Yeah, now that I think about it, all the ones here They're uh they're pretty much right off the main road, the main highway. Yeah, I don't know. Out. But Memorial Day weekend. Man, this year is flying by. 2 months and it'll be the 4th of July. Hmm. Hopefully the back six of the year don't go as fast as the front six, you know? Yeah. Some dogs are like that. Some dogs just freak out. They can't take it no matter how much. And then some dogs, yeah, they could care less, you know. It probably is annoying to them, but yeah. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right. Sorry about that. Got a little parched. Need a little hydration. While you wait, you must hydrate, you know? Whew. All right. Act like we never left. Oh, just been trying to keep the lights on here in the CSRA. Trying to keep the lights on. Got some it's just one project we're working on, man. No matter how much we do or how much we get accomplished there, we can't get out of there. They won't let us get out, you know? For whatever reason, their definition of finished and us ready to get in there and do our part is totally different than what we've been talking about this whole time. But anyways, I'm not gonna rant and rave about that. That's neither here nor there. I'm gonna have to deal with it tomorrow. I don't want to deal with it right now. Iced tea. It is iced tea season. You know it is. You know it is. Yeah. Don't even care. The heck with it. Oh damn. Shit. Pat's doing it big for all those who didn't do it big today. Brisket, tacos, and a margarita. There you go on a Monday. Damn, Pat, you're just living reckless today. I like it. Do it big. Oh man, damn! I didn't even get the memo. Shh. Everybody had tacos but me. Shh. Guess I'm gonna have to celebrate twice as hard come Friday. Hmm. See what I'm saying? And it's only a Monday. You got to set the bar high. When you come in, you just got to kick the front door down on Monday and set the bar so high that everything else is just beautiful. It's just a success. Yeah. Said the heck with Taco Tuesday. I need a Monday. I'll eat tacos on a Margarita Monday. Mm, I know. Oh yeah, yeah. They're a beautiful show, but yeah, I like watching the. I like going to the different fireworks shows they have downtown on the river. I don't know if anybody was here when I went live for the Fourth of July fireworks show. That was a pretty good show. I like it because you're right there at the river, so it's like you're getting two shows because you can see everything up in the sky and it reflects off the river. Because usually that time of the night is pretty calm. But there are a lot of people out there on boats and stuff. Whenever they have those shows, they'll come. Man, you look out there and it's just tons of boats in the water, boats, canoes, kayaks, whatever. But 30 degrees Celsius today and going down to 17 degrees Celsius tonight. Hashtag 17. Mm, I don't appreciate that. That's too cold. That is too cold. Even in the Fahrenheit Celsius conversion methods. Man, what's going on in Canada? Yeah, there you go. Who needs to go to a fireworks show when you got 5 gigatons shooting off in your local HOA? Okay, 17 degrees Celsius is beautiful. Somewhere along the lines, I forgot the conversion. I forget what it converts to. Celsius to Fahrenheit. I forget how many it is off. It's too much to remember. It's too much to think about. I think it's what, like 30 something degrees, maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, everybody knows that one neighbor. No matter who they are, they go drop like 1,000. They'll go to the firework place and get the welcome home Carter package. Welcome home, Carter. I got a buddy of mine like that. They live out in the country, and man, him and his couple neighbors, they all go in together and get the big thing, and man, shoot, they have that whole little section of the country lit up. That's something I like to get. I like to get a drone and be able to do that, like on certain holidays where it's like a lot of fireworks. Just go up and get like a good aerial shot of like all the different fireworks shooting off. Um, Especially at nighttime. I mean, a decent drone would be able to capture most of that. That'd be pretty cool. Count Trumpula, welcome in, welcome in. I hope all is well. Huh? That would be strange. I mean, even here where I'm at, shoot, you'll hear fireworks. You'll hear a little bit of everything. You'll even hear some booms in the night that this ain't a firework. Nice. Yeah, if it was as hot there as it was here today, that was probably the best bet. Either water it early in the morning or late in the evening. Because trying to do any watering during the day, it's just gonna burn it up. It's just gonna burn the plants up. Yeah, after usually about after Easter and stuff, it warms on up. And that's what I usually do. Depends on how hot it is. Some things I'll give them a double dip. Some things I'll get them in the morning and in the evening. Maybe not all the plants, maybe not all the crops, but just certain things. But Lashinda West, well, happy birthday, happy 26th birthday. Congratulations, man. 26. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. There you go. It's about as good as it can get right now. That's as that's as good as it can get. Probably won't want to clip that, but it's a little something something, you know. The night's still young. Got my sweet tea right here. Yes. Welcome in. Welcome to Watts World. I don't know if I recognize your name and avatar, but welcome in. Yeah, I'll be next month I'll be 38. Man, time is flying. 38. I've seen 38 springs and I'm about to see 38 summers. Man, you know, I guess it don't really sound a lot when you say it like 30, 38 springs, 38 winters, 38 falls, 38 summers, but there's a lot in between. Definitely a lot of good memories in between. I don't know if it's like that for everybody, but it's just like maybe it's just this timeline or this period in time we're living in. It seems like the older you get, sometimes it seems like time's moving faster. Um, Especially now, man, the days and the weeks and the months are just melting off the calendar. It's like one of those cartoons you watched as a kid, and the calendar was just, like the money counting machine. I mean, it's crazy. I think I'm gonna just unsubscribe to all my time telling devices. I'm gonna have to stop time traveling for a little while. Yeah, it seems to be like I don't know. I don't know if it's like time is speeding up like a now thing of whatever time period or timeline we're in, or if it just seems that way once you get to a certain age. Because even for me, as a kid, you was like, all right, 16, can't wait to get 16. I get me a license, get me a truck. Then 16 gets, and then I wasn't really much of a drinker, but some people 21 go have you a drink, go to the bar legally, but then you get to a certain age, as you're younger, you want time to just move by faster or get to a certain point. Then you get to a certain age. Um, I don't know. I can't say it's necessarily having like a spouse or a family or children because I'm not married. I don't have children, but definitely the world aspect of it. You get to a certain age and it seems like it flies by. I guess maybe it's just the adulting, just dealing with stuff in the world. I don't know. Prepper 101, good to see you, sir. I hope all is well. Oh man, see, we've almost made it into an hour into Watts World, and we didn't even have a safe word. You know what I mean? There could have been somebody feeling some form of discomfort or displeasure right now, and they had no way to express themselves. Mm, we need a good safe word, y'all. Spitball some ideas. You know my safe words are the unsafest safe words on YouTube. See? See what I'm saying? People were talking, they were wondering, they didn't know. See what I mean? Can't have y'all feeling offended, unwelcomed, unwanted, unlistened, you know? Can't have that. It's just can't have it. Hey, well, that definitely means a lot. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all, you know? The fact that you're even here to put up with my insanity and my nothingness, you know? I appreciate that. Not it would just be weird, you know, me just sitting here talking to myself. I do that enough, you know. I didn't have to go live to talk to myself. I appreciate each and every one of you. We do. You can have it both ways, you know. It's like Burger King and Burger Queen. You could have it both ways. You could be unaware and offended at the same time. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, got a few seniors in my fan club, probably a few cougars. We encourage the cougars here, you know. We like to give the cougars a safe place to roam, you know, where the deer and the antelope roam. But you know, I appreciate everybody. I find knowledge in every conversation, no matter how uh, creative or chaotic it may be. There's something to be learned in every situation, I believe, no matter who it's from or where it may be. I mean, there's even something to be learned in the thoughts that we disregard or discredit, you know? All right. Since nobody wants to play the safe word game, but everybody wants the safe word. And at any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat splits, any form of displeasure, discomfort, or any type of sensation that you just can't describe, tonight's safe word is peaches. Oh, man, that was a good one, man. I was already locked in with peaches, you know? Dang. And dropped one on me, and I didn't even see it in time. All right. The safe word is fireworks, then. We're just going to can it. No peaches. We're going to can the peaches. It's dual safe words tonight. Fireworks and peaches. How about that? Peaches and fireworks. So just in case you get confused and you like a little more bang to go with your buck, and peaches just ain't your thrill, you know? It's like dual citizenship, you know? If you can have dual citizenship, you can have dual safe words. We'll just confuse everybody tonight, you know? Confusion is on the menu. Man, I got to go get me some peaches. I think the peaches are ready. Yeah, it's like having a baby mama, a girlfriend, and a wife on the side, you know? It's just, it's an irregular, beautiful combination of events. You know, you don't know how you got here. Sometimes you really just want to get out, but you linger a little bit longer. You just never know what's around that next bend, that next minute. Oh, shoot. When they're a good peach and they're juicy, oh man, you can't help it. It just gets everywhere. Just better have you a couple paper towels or a good sturdy washcloth, a good sturdy washcloth on deck. But I seen the advertisement. I went online. There's a local uh place here called Sarah's Produce, and they got stuff all year long. Whatever's in season. But they've got a huge orchard, peach orchard, and usually they're one of the. If everything goes right, usually they're one of the first ones in the area that's got peaches for sale. And I went and checked them out, and they said they'll have them. They'll have them this weekend. So we shall see. Oh man, never really did it. I thought about doing it. I don't know. Speaking of jobs, what's up? I got an email the other day from Federal Collateral Asset Management Corporation, and they said that they bought my debt. They bought my debt from Verizon. And I'm thinking, okay, what kind of horrible company, or what type of, do you just really have to be out of ideas to just say that you're gonna create a company that buys other people's debts? Like what kind of ridiculous thing is that? So, I was just told him like, hey, you know, no, that debt is not my debt. You just said that you bought my debt. You bought it. That you have relinquished me and removed me from any type of future communications. You bought my debt. Why would you do that? I mean, if I put a box of puppies out there in the front yard that say free to a good home, and you take the puppy home and it's your puppy, it's not my responsibility to keep feeding the puppy. You know what I mean? That's not how these things work. You bought debt. You thought it was a brilliant idea to create a company that would buy other people's problems and thought that it wasn't going to be a problem. I can't even find you. I don't even see no commercials about Federal Consolidated International Intergalactic Debt Collection. I can't even see a commercial about that. Heck, I see. About Verizon. I see their commercials come on TV and be like, ha ha ha, y'all won't never get a cent out of me. But it's crazy. It's craziness. That wasn't really a real thing. That was just my attempt at a joke. Like, who does it gotta be? What type of idiot forms a company just buys debt? Heck, you bought it, it's yours. Don't come after me no more, buddy. You said you bought the debt. Psh, there you go. Enough said. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it, pal? Let's see here. What are you gonna do? That's what I'm saying. My mortgage lender, yeah. Yeah. I'm like, man. I had an exiled prince from Zambia email me asking to send me $10,000 to help him get his crown back. He said when he does, he would send me $1 million. Sweet, dude. You're going to be rich soon, brother. Yeah, yeah. Shoot, you just got to send him $10,000 and then he'll send you 1 million? Man, well, heck, you might as well just send him 20. Just send him 20K. That way you can double down, get you 2 million. Hey, Tasha, good evening, good morning. It's 4:30 a.m. 4:30 a.m. on the South African time, whichever time zone that may be. Uh-oh, watch these comments keep going. I've been seeing these videos of this one content creator that explains unethical but legal ways to make money. Oh, I'm sure. There's a million and one ways. If they made a TV show about 1,000 ways to die, I mean, there should be at least 100 ways to be profitable. You know, I would hope so. And you know, lie, I bought into it. You know, I used to watch the TV show A Thousand Ways to Die. I'm like, man, this is just insane. The Jubilee year, they may not make any profit. I don't know. Somebody's making something. Who knows? If you make it, they will buy it. Unless it's crap, then they just won't buy it again. But there's some stuff that was just like too good to be true. Like they just made a product that was just too good, you know? Heck, like what was it? I still got one of those things somewhere put up. I think it came out in like the late '90s, the early 2000s. The Shake flashlight that had the little magnet or whatever that would bounce back and forth, and each time it would generate or create enough electricity to fire up that flashlight. That was definitely one of those things, you know. I mean, heck, you don't need batteries. Uh, Thing was pretty much indestructible. If anybody ever had one and knows what I'm talking about, I think there was a couple different knockoffs, but the one I don't know. I have to dig through my stuff. I got it still somewhere. The original company that came out with it, I got one of those. Yeah, you didn't need batteries. You had to do some wild stuff to tear it up. I think ultimately they canceled that company. It's like, nah, man, you got the you got the flashlight titans and the flashlight kingpins going nuts. You know, just can't have it. We just can't. We can't let you do it. We're gonna write down this number here on this piece of paper. You know, you nod your head if you accept an offer, and then everything is everything. I know, right? That's like one day it was weird. You know, I mean, of course, if you still got older appliances, it is what it is. They're not technically smart to a certain degree of what we have out there now, but uh, pretty much anything you go to buy new is smart washer, smart dryer, smart fridge, smart stove. But we did this job for this contractor. We build a lot of homes where we wire up homes. We don't build them. We do all the electrical. But when he builds the homes, it comes with a washer. It comes with a stove, refrigerator, dishwasher, and a washing machine and dryer. However they do those packages or whatever. But all of them are smart. And then it was one day. It was weird. I forget what we went over there to do that day. I think to hang like the last couple ceiling fans. The last couple ceiling two, we had to hang two ceiling fans and do something else, something small to close out that job. And we went over there, and I went in the kitchen, and a message popped up on my phone to connect to the appliances in the kitchen. My Wi-Fi wasn't on, my Bluetooth wasn't on. Um, Power on was in the house, but there wasn't even no internet in the house yet. And I was like, man, that was weird. I mean, of course, I know for whatever it's worth, if something needs to get extracted or something needs to get input, ultimately, uh, there's not a button or a switch, that's ultimately on our end that we could do to shut it off for the most part. We could delete an app, we could delete something, but uh, in the virtual world, when you delete something, it just doesn't disappear. It disappears from your line of sight, but it's still out there somewhere, still floating around. I got a couple. Uh, I cut them on sometimes, but it's very, very far in between. Um, Mainly sports. I watch the Braves. I watch the Georgia Bulldogs on there. Uh, I will watch some local news, but Heck, this time of the year, it's hardly any time watched. It's different. I came in like the tail end. Being born in '88, coming up through the '90s out in the country and poor, we didn't have no internet, and heck, I don't even remember how old I was before I got my first TV. I think I was like, I don't know. We just had one TV in the living room. That was it. I think I was like a teenager. Got my own TV. Got me I think that was the year that they started coming out with the DVD, VCR combos. Uh, I got me a TV and a DVD VCR combo. Oh man, shoot, you couldn't tell me nothing. But yeah, I think I was like my generation was probably like the last ones to experience that. Everybody after that, it was just all digital. After that, it was just Y2K. Post Y2K, in my opinion, was a lot different. And it all built up to it. 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It's all a step up or a step down or a stepping stone to something different, to something more, something less, something that could be. What we got coming in here? Uh-oh. And take that power nap. Times you need that Monday power nap. You get to take your pick. I guess since there's always two sides to every coin, two sides to every story. You get two safe words tonight. Where else can you get that on a Monday? Psh, probably nowhere else for a reason. There's probably a reason for that. You just never know. Just never know these things. Oh man, hold on. We got people in the back rooms. Hold on. Man, I didn't even
What
see nobody was back there, dude. I was just rambling and just, talking about
what
nothing.
what up, Mr. White?
Oh shit, just living life and loving life.
I see Bonnie
Hopefully, the
and
more I get two scoops of it.
I see a bunch of people in the chat. It was asking me some weird stuff about the chat. It wanted me to ask me if I wanted to join the chat, and then it tried to take me to a different URL. Craig, I said, nah, I can just see it.
Ain't no telling. There's always a URL somewhere.
Yeah, I can see everybody now. Usually I can't see the chat, but I figured it out. I got it all deciphered. Blue butterfly. How you doing, blue butterfly?
Please do.
Tasha.
Please do.
Double dog. What's up, double dog? South
Woo.
Southland Southlandish Patriot. That's a crazy good name.
So what's going on in your neck of the woods? You getting any storms, any bad weather? What's happening?
You know, it has turned hot, Mr. Watt. It's got hot back. Uh, it got back hot down my way.
Yeah, I think we got up to 93 here today.
Yeah, it's that humidity down here, man. It's water everywhere. So it's just like swamp.
Yeah. We hadn't had no rain in a little while, so I don't know, it's probably still about 50 something percent humidity. But yeah, I know in the summertime and when it gets hot and it's raining, I mean the temperature and the humidity is almost about the same thing. You know,
Yeah.
be 95
Oh,
with 95% humidity.
oh yeah. Especially if you don't have any good wind blowing. It's just
Oh,
hot.
like a bowl of hot soup. You know, you pray for a good breeze.
We used to call that when I was working on houses, man. We had the windows open doing some trim out. We call that the cool breeze. Cool
Oh yeah,
breeze. Yeah.
it is much appreciated. Yeah, that's what we was trimming. We was speaking of trimming out, we were trimming out a house today, doing electrical, the last few little things, man, and it's just uh we got everything done on the heating and air side so they could hook up the air conditioning and the guy pulls up and I don't know, all the other crews and everybody else is local, but for whatever reason this guy's from I don't even remember where the heck he's from. He said him and his crew won't be back until Wednesday to finalize their end of the heating in there to get it turned on.
Yeah. They doing a pressure test on it or something?
Shoot, it's a whole new thing. This particular project, this particular home was damaged. They had damage from Hurricane Helena that tore through the south
Oh,
almost 2 years ago. And they battled with insurance, different things, and went in. They demoed all the sheetrock. We demoed all the wiring, all new wiring in it, all new ductwork, all new plumbing. The roof got repaired where the tree hit it. Uh, the back screened in patios got completely damaged. It got rebuilt. So yeah. So I guess they're coming. Whatever their final test is, they ran all new ducts, all new everything throughout there. We ran the power for it. We got the disconnect in it. We got the wire flexed into the unit. So I guess they're going to come back, yeah, Wednesday to do that test.
yeah. I wished I could do that stuff. I still can. I'll get in there and do that stuff. I got some stuff that we got some rental stuff, but
Yeah.
you really kind of hope you ain't got to go back in there and remodel something when somebody moves out. So I, s- I spend my time in my old age cutting grass, weed eating, or sitting on my old excavator. I got an excavator, but it's not fancy. It don't have air conditioning and heater on it. It's just an open cab excavator.
Oh yeah, them new ones are nice, man. They got the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, radio, the AC. You get ruined, you get out of that
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Listen, it's an old model, uh, 90s model Yanmar. It's a, it's about 6 tons, what it weighs when I put it on the trailer. It ain't really a little one, but it ain't a great big one either.
That's what I
People
learned
worry.
really how to drive on. Well, I had a go kart as a kid, but that's a lot different. But the like drive, I learned how to drive on a what was it a old Ford 700 tractor. I think that's what it was.
Yeah,
And yeah, just got on that. They showed me the ropes, and shoot, the rest is history.
yeah. Oh, it's this old man. It's all manual everything. It ain't no joysticks. So it's I try to use it. It don't get used a lot, and it don't do them any good to sit. So,
Yeah.
but
You say you
now I
got rental.
love that old.
You say you take care of your rental properties.
Yeah, I just cut the grass and weed eat, and make sure things ain't out in the yard and stuff like that. Just kind of keep things tidy. It's a Mine is uh, 2 family, 4 family units. So they ain't really no, they ain't no really nothing to do but except cut the grass and keep the landscape a little bit.
Yeah.
But I've been lucky. I ain't had to do nothing in a long while since for a while except for cut some grass and weed eat.
Yeah, it's good if you got properties like that and you can get good people in there that don't tear your stuff up, you know.
Yeah, I got I got 4 of them things. I got four condo townhouses right on Lake Pontchartrain, right on the shore over there.
Way
And
down in Lake Pontchartrain.
yeah,
There's a
I
lot of
got that.
songs about that.
Yeah, I got a song. I was gonna upload a song on a little short if I
You
get
ain't did it
time. But
yet?
huh?
You ain't done it yet?
No, I hadn't.
What you waiting on? Waiting on tomorrow?
I was deciding on whether I was going to do it karaoke style with the bouncing ball. You know how the bouncing ball used to work.
Oh yeah, 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 I got you. Yeah, I got you.
So I'm gonna try to maybe do a sing along on that.
There you go. I like it.
Now, man, sometimes people just get tired of freaking. Don't you ever just get tired of thinking? You know, just tired of
Yeah.
thinking.
Sometimes it's hard to stop thinking, you know. But it is good to
Yeah,
get just I don't know. Me personally, I just whatever people say their quiet place. You know, I just like to go to my quiet place, just tune out everything. You know, and sometimes just be without thought. You know, if that even makes sense, or uh, but even just in uh, general society or day to day, yeah, it's just so much we could be thinking about. Not necessarily we have to be thinking about it, but yeah, it's just so much that crosses our vision and our plane that sometimes you can't help but thinking about it.
yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And then you know, I just you're one of the rare people that I talk to that I can just kind of really relate to. On growing up and what you do for a living and all that. I I did. I started when I was real young, man, and this old guy, everybody in town knew him. He gave me a job as an electrician's helper, and I would go out and help him, and learn about
Yeah.
it. And, and then I eventually, man, I used to be busy I used to be real busy. I did heating and air contracting, electrical, electrical heating and air, and plumbing. I had it all in one outfit, and then it just got to a point where I had about 14 freaking people working, and trying to keep 14 people working on jobs all the time for a while. I just kind of just got out of it and handed that over to somebody else, man. That will stress you out, you know.
Oh, no doubt.
I used to do those. I used to do the commercial wiring on. I had contracts with O'Reilly's, AutoZone, Walgreens, Walmart. I did a Walmart Supercenter one time.
Oh,
I
that
used
ain't
to,
bad.
and it just, it gets to that point, man, to where you really start stretching when you start getting to a point where you got so many people working with you and they depend on you and you got to keep them hours in for them and all that. It just got I got older and I got back to where I was uh, just building houses. You know, I mean, I'm getting up in my beyond middle age, you know. So I just gotta hand that on to the youngsters, you know.
How old
I
would
don't.
you be if you didn't know how old you were?
Oh man, I'd be probably every bit of 62.
Really?
Yeah, I've been I've been doing that stuff, man. Whenever I can, I love doing construction work. You
Yeah.
know that remodel shit can get kind of tacky. You know,
Yeah, it's real tedious.
they start out in a really good mood and they're glad to see you, but by the time you trying to get through and get over there, you're the biggest asshole on
Yeah.
the planet.
Yeah. You don't know if they're gonna kick you out or invite you to the barbecue at the end. You just don't know. Just
Yeah,
and then we've had like contractors, try to get like I don't know for lack of terms, they try to get sideways with us. When we're coming in after like other electricians then got ran off the job or got the check and left the job, whatever reason, you've been there and
oh yeah,
you've had to come in behind other people, and you don't know this person, you don't know what they did. All you can do is kind of go through and see how they've got the wiring and everything set up to a certain point, and who knows, it may be totally wrong and you got to start from scratch, or they halfway knew what they were doing and you can kind of pick up somewhere. Like, hey, we're coming in after somebody else. We're having to see what they did. We can't just jump in on it. At this point, our name is on it. The other guys or whoever they were, they're nowhere in sight. That's why we're here now.
just to give everybody,
Unfortunately.
kind of give everybody a roughneck perspective on that. That's sort of like trying to get a woman that's been married for 20 years to a guy, and then all of a sudden she feels like he cheated on her. It's kind of like trying to have sex with her 20 minutes after that. You know,
Yeah, you just yeah.
you ain't never going to be able to satisfy that until there's always something going to be wrong. It don't matter what it is, something ain't going to be right.
No.
So I just kind of I steer away from them kind.
And everybody's got their preference. Like when we're doing electrical stuff, we always tell the customer certain things are generic, like certain boxes, certain things like that. It don't matter if you get it or I get it, it's going to be the same thing regardless. But certain things are preference, ceiling fans, light fixtures, stuff like that. Whatever my taste or my flavor is, might not be you and your wife's taste. We always tell
Yeah,
them, you get your lights and everything, and we'll install it. For one, it'll save you
yeah.
the labor, and if you have any problems, you can take it back. And all at that point, all you got is labor. You know.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
yeah, we don't never like buy lights unless it's something generic, like recess lights or something like that. Something generic.
yeah. Damn old can lights. You're pretty well stuck with that. You know.
Oh yeah, it come a long way from like just having to put that big old bulky can housing up in there, which was great. It worked for you know the days of doing that, but now you just set you a box, and now you just got you a little recess light, or the ones that's got the little springs on it. You have your wire
Yeah,
stapled up there. You cut your little hole out. Boom.
yeah.
We put a ton
You
of those
know,
in.
I don't know. I always enjoy doing that stuff. I still enjoy doing it, even for myself. I still enjoy it. It's part of my skill set. And then you know how it is. You can just look somebody in the eye and say, "Do you have any idea how to do fucking electrical?" And they're gonna say no. I'll say, "Well, then go the fuck out of here and leave me alone." You know?
Yeah. I charge more if you watch.
Yeah.
If you're a watcher, I got to charge you more. It's just how it works. It's a recession, shrinkflation.
We had a property. We had a property. I went in and redone all the old two wire two wire circuit on it. Just had a two-wire circuit on it. It didn't have uh, no common ground. And then
Yeah.
I had to change out that damn old glass fuse panel and all that shit. And Me and my dad had a go around about that, and I said, just go away and leave me alone.
I can neither
But
confirm nor deny any acknowledgement or recognition.
yeah, you know,
Anyone watching
I,
on a smart TV, can you read chat? I don't know. It's a good question. If you're watching us on a smart TV, can you see the chat? I don't know. I never watched. I've never watched YouTube on television. I know it's a thing. A lot of people do it. They watch their different. A lot of people switch. Certain watching certain television. They just came on YouTube and started watching stuff like this or whatever it may be. I know they watch it on TV, but I don't know if you can see the comments.
you know, I don't own it. I'm not anybody special, but I don't. I don't own a television. I don't even want one. You know,
Yeah,
but I do know in the past that I had a big screen smart TV, and uh, the service that I have on my cell services and stuff, it was more than adequate to sit there and watch anything you wanted on the television without being plugged into the cable. It had that Bluetooth Wi-Fi shit technology on it.
yeah. Shoot, I remember heck growing up in the country in the '90s. Shoot, we was poor. We couldn't even afford cable. But even if we could, shoot, they didn't even have cable lines ran out there yet. The few
Yeah,
people that had anything more than just your standard few basic channels, they had a satellite. When those not the little ones you see now. You remember those old bulky ones? This, you know,
I got one. I got one. I got one that I've been saving in my dad's backyard. He's got a big ass yard, and it's one of those big freaking 10-foot aluminum wire mesh ones.
yeah, it's like it's a CERN receptor.
Yeah. He says, "What are you gonna do with it?" I said, "If I ever get a chance, I'm gonna put some post in the ground, some good heavy looking post just for aesthetics." I said, "I'm gonna make a gazebo out of it,
There you go.
whatever, you know." But I think you can read with one of those things. You can pick up signals from the rover over there on Mars.
Something. I remember my uncle had one, and man, it was as a kid, man, it was so many channels, and it was just like I don't even remember. But yeah,
When I was a
before you,
kid, when I was a teenager, man, some of my some of my buddies from the neighborhood, they would come over there and see that big ass thing in my backyard, and they thought, "Man, you guys must be rich." I'm like, "Not really." I said, and then they would always want to watch fucking some kind of TV, and I was like, all we had basically, we had one room that was a room specifically to watch TV in, and I just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? I couldn't do it. I never really liked TV. I was more out to go get in a car and go to a damn movie theater. You know,
yeah, huh,
I was more into music.
yeah,
Hanging out with my girlfriend, kind of shit. You know, uh, my ride, man. I had in high school, and I remember I had to freaking come up with everything: tires, starter. You know, it's a this is a fixer upper, so I had to get it roadworthy to be able to drive it. But I bought it off of this old guy that was kind of a hippie type. So it's a panel Ford van. It's a 1977 model, square body Ford van. And he had already done put shag carpet in the whole back end, the ceiling, the divider wall between the driver and passenger compartment.
Oh wow.
He shagged the whole inside of it.
Full package.
Oh yeah. And once I got it all straightened out, man, it ran like a really good one, you know. It even had good air conditioner on it. And but it had shit paint job on it, you know. But after I worked and worked and worked and finally got a set of little Western wheels, chrome Western wheels, because they were in my budget, you know, they were cheap. And a cheap set of used tires on them wheels, man. And then I sanded the whole van down, and I had a friend that I would help part time in a body shop. So I wound up painting it. And then whenever I met my first serious girlfriend, the first time her mother, when I pulled in the driveway in this big ass panel van with shag carpet in it, you know,
Yeah.
and I had one of those fucking go to hell hats on, one of them fucking Indiana Jones hats, one of them felt hats.
Yeah.
And she was serious, man. She had this look in her eyes. She said, "Well, maybe y'all need to just stay here for a while." And then I heard her tell her daughter, she said, "I don't think that's a good idea that you should be off riding around in a van like that." You know what I mean? So she did. But I
Van life.
stole hell yeah, man. I was in the, back in the day, they had these waterbed stores where they just sold water beds, you know. So me and my best friend, my boy, we're cruising up through this, back behind this waterbed store in this mall kind of thing. And they had thrown one of these old waterbeds mattresses out.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have no holes in it or nothing, but it was just an old bladder waterbed mattress. So I had the mattress and the shelf built in the back of the van already. So we took that old mattress out and throwed it in the dumpster, and we took that old waterbed mattress and throwed it up in there. And it wouldn't fit exactly. It was way bigger than what it needed to be. So we had to tuck it under and fill this thing up with water. And this is a true story. What we're coming down a gravel road. It's an old shell road, what we call a shell road, gravel road.
Yeah.
It's like 10:30 at night. It's on a weekend, and my best friend and his girlfriend are riding up in the back, sitting on that old waterbed mattress, and they're kind of fooling around too, you know. So my girlfriend wanted me to do a fishtail on that old gravel. Look, I did a fishtail. It went about good 3 good wags of the fucking dog. I wound up putting my van over on the side, and the waterbed mattress just kind of busted, and it was water running out the back door when I got around there to open the back door up to get them to where they could get out of the van, you know. And lucky, it didn't do anything but just scratch the paint. I managed to get it slowed down to where it didn't really do nothing but just scratch it and fold the mirror in. So I I woke this old guy up I knew down on these old roads. I woke this old guy up that had a tractor at 10 o'clock, 10:30 or so at night to come down there and hook a strap and a chain and get it back up on its tires. And I got it started right back up, but it smoked for about, I don't know how long it smoked before it just stopped smoking and finally cleared up. But it that's a true story, man. It just it just had the hole inside. There was water running out the back doors of this van, man.
Dang,
And
that's crazy.
and and I had 2 people back there too, you know.
Did you ever get another waterbed after that happened?
Oh, we wound up uh just putting the same one back in there, but we didn't put as much water in it,
There
you
you
know.
go.
But
Lesson
we're
learned.
just two stupid teenagers. Because water weighs a lot, you know, and you don't really. I didn't really take that in consideration at the time. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the water bed.
horrendous.
The interesting
That's
invention.
horrendous.
Yeah. It's like a lot of things, I guess originally before it happened, it sounded like a good idea. Man, just imagine if you could just be sleeping the night away on
Oh
water,
yeah,
this water satchel device. Oh man, we got to get right on it. Whenever they first came out, I don't know what decade they first came out.
yeah. I tell you, my
But yeah,
damn my. I'm not trying to get a bleeding heart feeling out of anybody, but my childhood involved my biological dad passing away when I was just turning 13. My mother was a belligerent freaking alcoholic, and I was pretty much abandoned, me and three of my brothers at the time, and they were all younger. And so when I was at the age of 13, and then I had some decent, cool people around me, like working class, cool people that some people helped me out that I knew, and I managed to buy one of these big Dodge Maxi vans, uh,
yeah,
and it had a uh, it had a camper kit on it. Just had a camper kit on it. It had a sink. It had a Coleman stove in it, and all of that. And then from the time I was about 14, I put it in a KOA campground and stayed there till I finished college. Man, it was about $38 a month for my KOA camp spot, and it had plug-in cable TV, and it had hot showers and restrooms. You know, so I stayed there till I got out of school, college actually,
hmm. How
all
about
by
that?
my lonesome. But no, what else is going on, man? I I don't want to talk and talk. I got 62 years of stories I could tell. We ain't
I
got
ain't
that
got that
long.
many yet. One day I'll get there, you know. But I don't know. Wasn't too bad of a Monday. Wasn't too bad at all.
We know that Monday in Louisiana, especially in the South, it's called Blues Monday. That's when you're a working man, you go to some of the local bars down in the South, and they have blues bands playing in some of the places that I used to hang out. It's
Yeah.
called Blues Monday, you know. But in that business, your day off usually winds up in the middle of the week. You know, Tuesdays and Wednesdays is the locals' day down in New Orleans. That's when all the local people, you'll find them in certain places, and there's not really not a lot going on during the middle of the week. But
No, no. It's always something happening, but yeah. Yeah, 9 to 5 or yeah. Usually during the week it's not a whole lot going on.
I worked as the last employment I had on a paying gig in my career was I had a I did the engineering on a event that happens up in North Wisconsin every year. And once I get everything set up, cables, lights, air, compressors, everything, then it's a lot of standing around in case unless something breaks. But that would only happen on Friday and Saturday, you know, 2 days a week. But then there was 3 days a week that had to be there. It was just actually it was a really old, easy job, you know, with the right help, making people. Uh, I would do I would do set up what they call zombie shoot, and it would happen the last 3 weekends in September. I mean, in the last three weekends of October, and it takes about 2 months to get it all upset, wired, and add things and replace things and service it for those 3 weekends. But then you're talking over 100,000 people per weekend for 3 weekends. And then we
Oh yeah,
didn't,
it adds up quick.
yeah. And I got into building a lot of those animatronics and all of that kind of stuff. So let them young boys do the back breaking.
Yeah, as far as what I do now, electrical, I'm just really getting into it. I never did any electrical before this job. I didn't ever work for another electrical company. I've been doing it for about 10 years now, going on 10 years, but I enjoy it. It's always
Oh yeah,
something different. I did some construction and stuff, some carpentry before that. So, I had like the general knowledge, the general do's and don'ts, not so much the theory or the understanding how everything worked, but yeah, I enjoy it. I guess
yeah,
the work itself in my area, there's always something going on. Different houses, different builders do different things. Um,
yeah,
doing different work, I guess, at different high profile, I guess you say high profile areas, for lack of a better term right now, whatever it may be. The federal
you know,
courthouse,
yeah.
different places like that. I did
I'll tell
concrete.
you,
I did a lot of concrete work too. I did a lot of driveways, sidewalks, stamping and staining custom concrete. That was the most aggravating because every job was totally different. If you're familiar with that.
yeah, yeah. We used to do that exposed aggregate stairs and driveways and
Yeah.
stuff. Oh man, that shit'll drive you crazy.
Oh, it's a whole yeah. It's a whole process to that stuff. Yeah.
They tell you you're washing the gravel off of it. I'll be like, man, get the hell out of here. Just leave me alone. Let me do this. It, it, it gets easier as you get older in a lot of ways. But my theory is if a younger man's on the job with you and you're breathing harder than he is, then you might be doing something wrong. You know, it's hard anymore to get somebody out there doing something and have them literally pull their own weight. You ain't got nobody bullshitting around too much.
Oh yeah. Whatever it may be, whatever venue or whatever trade it may be, across the
Yeah.
board.
And then them ones that have a bad day and bring it in and think everybody else gonna have a bad day. No,
Yeah.
we not gonna we not gonna have a bad day.
Yeah. Same way. Especially first thing in the morning, man. It'll set the stage for a bad day yourself if you let it. Get out of hand
Yeah,
real quick. I know a guy like that. He would always come to work just always in just a bad mood, and he'd have to drink them like 3 Red Bulls, and he was always getting zapped or having to do things more than once or twice, and then he eventually tightened up whatever he was going through. But yeah, it's just a whole pattern. It becomes a pattern. Start tripping our own breakers and flipping our own circuits before you know it.
yeah. I have I got them people around me. You know how it is when you get older, is you get more of the younger generation. They come around me and they keep calling me, you know, Papa. I'm Papa. I got to give advice to people. You know, it's an opinion. You know,
Yeah.
I give opinions out for free. I give advice for I charge for that. But it's everybody needs a little help. You know, everybody needs a little help. With something. It don't matter if they don't. If they don't know how they gonna know until you tell them. You know, sometimes they don't want to hear it, but it is the truth.
Oh
I
yeah.
did. I did a. I've had an interesting lifetime. I used to tell people I work a 10-hour shift sitting in a car looking at semi trucks all night. and then, you know, and then I get I get to come in, I get to come in, get everything started, get out the door around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and then work all the way till 7 o'clock in the morning, and then leave there, change clothes, put my construction clothes on, and go out there and do construction work, you know.
Mm.
And it's a it's you most people they don't get it. I say, how many hours there is there in a day? And they say 24. I say, so you sleep 24 hours a day? You, you can split 24 8 times, by 3 times a day. So if you work 2 8-hour jobs, you still got 8 hours to go to sleep. But when you're young, you don't sleep. You don't really need that much sleep. So
No, you think you're gonna miss something, It's like still in that child, almost like a child mind. You're almost afraid you're gonna miss something. Like when you was a kid, I don't know if you was in that point and you was know you should have went to sleep, but you was just sitting there hanging around for whatever might happen. Go to
yeah,
bed. No, I ain't tired. I ain't sleepy right now. I'm with y'all. I'm just waiting to see if I miss something. I guess it could be
yeah.
like that. You got to be doing something, especially in today's age. No matter the age of the person, just the age that we're in, just with just technologies and just everything. I think these type of things come full circle in certain things. That's just my opinion, but it's what we have here and what we have now, regardless of if it advances or if it just totally disappears tomorrow. Still plays a role
Oh,
in the psyche and the people and the way they behave and react, to different things.
yeah. Uh, you know, that's right, Jerry. You know, uh, here's the way I feel. I feel like that if you feel like you need the time to rest, you'll find time to rest. If your mind is being busy enough, but then there's some people they want to rest every chance they get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then That involves a easy chair, a couch, a bed, a chair. You know,
Oh,
it
I got
just
one of them lazy boys like that. Yeah, I know. I already know if I sit in it, I already know what's going to happen. Gets me every time.
oh hey, look, man. I mean, I tell people this all the time. Your old habits won't break if you don't allow them to. And I'm usually, man, my norm's around 3:45
I did
to
not.
about
I have
10.
to go back and check that out, Trav. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's all right. Uh, But my schedule runs about between 4 and 5:30, 7 days a week. You know, you're either the one to where you think, well, I'm gonna sleep in, but or you can't. I can't sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't sleep. The older you get, some people will sleep a lot less than they did when they were younger. And I do. I don't sleep that much. I get up. It's like uh me and Mad Shad and us, we went on till one day about 4 a.m. in the morning
yeah.
on a Saturday. And I told Mad, I said, look, I said, I got to get off here in about 30 minutes. They said, why? I said, because I got to go to work at 4 o'clock. Because I got some stuff that I do on the weekends. Sometimes I got to get up at 4 a.m. I got to be there at 4 a.m. So, and then I don't usually don't go to sleep until way after 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's on most nights. I sleep about 4 hours, maybe five. On a good, on a lazy time, I'll sleep about 5 hours. I'm ready to live life. You know, you can't live life when you're asleep.
I know. You may not have know the person, the personality, the sports talent, that Kobe Bryant. You know, uh, he was a great athlete. You know, once in a I don't know, he was a great player. I watched him coming up as a kid, but seen his interview, and of course, you know, I guess all the legends or the greats or whoever we consider or whatever it is, the sports, music, or whatever, they always have a quote, you know, where they tell you a story of how they feel that they keep going or they're doing it at the level they're doing it. And the guy asked him, he said, about getting up. He said, hey, I'm getting up at 3:30, 4 o'clock. 3:30, I'm up. You know, I'm going through my chain. I'm in the gym. I'm in the gym about 4:30. You know, 7:30, 8 o'clock. The rest of the guys they start rolling in. I got 3, 4 hours on them every day. Every day I'm steadily collecting 3, 4 hours, 3, 4 hours, 3, 4 hours. This is time that they can never get back, and this is time that I'm constantly using to advance, to better my craft. You know, whatever it may be. And it doesn't necessarily have to be basketball. It could be whatever discipline, interest, intellect, pursuit we all pursue. You know, whatever it may be. We've got a lot of hobbies, a lot of interests, whatever. I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
that even makes any sense.
and that's what I was saying. If if you sleep till the last minute before you have to get up and get going to go to work, that's your loss. And then people, they always looking for time to have to be able to have time to do things, and they'd be amazed what you can do if you just shave off a few of that, like leisure time, time they get when they get off their job and get in their vehicle. They don't do nothing. They go home, they get out their vehicle, they go in, take their shoes off. Some take a shower, some take a shower, eat, lay down on their bed, and they go right to sleep till the next morning. And me, I wasn't wired like that. I never have been. When I get off from work, shoot, I'm liable to jack my truck up and rotate the tires and change the oil. I'm liable to do anything. I just
Yeah,
you can't get out there and cut the grass too early because you start pissing people off. But
yeah. I'm like
you
that in
got
some
all
ways,
kind.
you know. I don't go, yeah, I don't go like eating straight to sleep, you know. Of course, I'm doing this thing, whatever this thing is we're doing right now, the wind down, wind up, you know. But even in the morning time, it's the same thing. I don't like to get right into it. You know,
Yeah,
I have different alarm clocks for just whatever backup purposes, but my mind it's naturally synced up to getting up and about at a certain time. But I like to have time to wake up, decompress, not go straight to any type of technology or TV, you know, really. Uh, doesn't even really have to be music, you know, it could just be just time to just wake up and think about everything before you get into it. Because no matter what, the world's waiting on you, you know, whenever you
oh yeah,
decide to unlock those doors and go outside of our safe place, you know, it's out there.
yeah. I
But to
try
get
to
my
do
mind right.
something. I try to do 2 or 3 things every day, no matter what. And it doesn't have to be big things. It could be just a little thing, but it all adds up. And I
No doubt.
usually I got about I'm obligated to about 2 days a week on a pretty much. It's not a have to. It's just need to. You know. So whenever you get a lot of time on your hands, man. You start having a lot of conversation, and the only way you get a lot of time on your hands is when you get older. You know, you got 24 hours in a day. Your body requires 6, 7, 8 hours for some. After that, it's all on you. You know what I mean? You got 16 hours left in the day. You only got to work 7, 8 hours. Well, what are you going to do with that extra time? Time's important. You can't get it back. You know what
Can't
I
get
mean? You
it
can't
back.
get it
It ain't
back.
rolling over. It ain't like the rollover minutes in the '90s, you know.
Yeah. That's the third. A lot of people sleep between one half and one third of their life away asleep, slobbering on a pillow. How'd you like to know you was giving up one third of your life to slobbering on a pillow? Because if you come in and you sleep 7, 8 hours a night, that's exactly what you're doing in the long run. That adds up, you know.
Shoot, I know one guy that never did that. Coming up, I went to school and graduated with this guy. Uh, we took a lot of the same classes or whatever, but for every year, you know, at the end of every year, the school year, the kids they get all their awards, you know, uh, whatever it may be. But he would always get all these awards, and he'd get perfect attendance, perfect attendance. Then finally, when he graduated, dude, no lie, he never missed a day of school from
Yeah,
kindergarten, from K to 12. He never missed a day. They had to
yeah,
create a whole new award for this guy, you know, ultimate
yeah.
perfect attendance, you know. I don't think nobody ever did it. They had to go back and check the Dead Sea Scrolls to see if it was even possible. Anyway, yeah, he definitely wasn't sleeping in.
My my adopted parents, man, that took me in and took care of me and helped me through life in ways. They looked after me. You understand it helped, but my my grandfather, man,
Yeah.
he I'm trying to keep up with them the chat.
No, I don't get distracted by chats. You know, chat's a whole different realm in itself. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I was virtually raised up by these old bastards. What you know who I'm talking about? The ones that had
Yeah.
wood stoves. They had wood stoves in their house, and in the wintertime, there's some old bastard up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning already building fires in the wood stoves, getting the coffee going, kicking you in the ass, getting you off that damn whatever you're on, and you're up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my days started. Once I was a little kid, I remember having to just get up. You gotta get up, you know, because whatever it was, you know. But I would go to work in the summertime before my dad passed away in the summertime, and I just like anybody else out there on that job site. I got paid $1 an hour, and I had to be up. I had to be ready. I had to make sure everything's okay, and then I had to go work. I had to work in construction. And
Mm.
my dad and his partner had a commercial development underground pipeline. That's what they did. They laid the pipelines, drainage lines, water mains, set all the meters, all that kind of jazz.
Oh yeah, they wasn't playing around.
Oh no, I sweat in a ditch on. I can't. I ain't even gonna say how many days I sweated in a ditch with a shovel, with a loader, big old track loader feeding in gravel on a pipe while we're trying to level it up with a laser, shooting it through the middle of that pipe with 4 or 5 other guys that are twice as big as I am. You know, just working in a ditch, working that pipe. And then I got to where I knew what I was doing a little bit older. And then
Yeah.
my job was I run a loader. I run a big 951 B model track cat loader, a big machine. And I would feed gravel to the pipeline going down through there. We would put we put water mains in all the old neighborhoods and stuff where they didn't have city water and sewer. We had them
Mm.
kind of deals going on. That worked the shit out of you stuff.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Up at daylight in the summertime. Before daylight, you were at somewhere trying to get some kind of coffee or a soda or something. And at daylight, you're on that job. You're on that. You're on that job, and then you don't leave that job sometimes till dark. You know, so
Yeah. Yeah, I've been on some jobs like that, especially in the summertime. If you got to get it done, you want to try to get it started as early as possible. You know, beat that heat. At
yeah,
8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's already in the 80s, 80%
yeah,
humidity. You know, you're already feeling it. As soon as the sun cracks over, it's just slapping you.
yeah. You
It's like
know,
that. This is how the day is gonna be. You know.
I was trying to figure out an excuse to smoke what I had left in my pipe.
Oh, if you got to search for an excuse, you don't even need an excuse. You know.
Uh,
I
it's
don't know.
better that I it's better that I try to lie to myself sometimes.
There you go. Whatever you know, it's your story. That's the beautiful thing about your story. Tell it how you want to. Hey, buddy, it's your story. The good old awful waffle. You know. I think if you ate at a certain few places in maybe the '90s or the early 2000s, or even pre that, you know, if it existed, but you definitely have a certain herd immunity to certain things. You know.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, uh, when I was living after I had to get a, I kind of got out on my own because I didn't have no choice. You know, I got a brother my age, and then I got 2 younger brothers. The youngest one was 8, so
Yeah.
it took certain people to kind of intervene in that little debacle. You know,
Oh, I'm
nobody. It
sure.
wasn't nobody called the welfare department. Nobody called the cops. Nobody any of that. I just had good people around me, you know.
Yeah, even if
And
you had a phone, how you gonna call somebody with no phone?
so I'm going, I'm a full-time student, and I guarantee you, you mentioned it, the Waffle House. Man, that Waffle House kept a roof over my head, you know. And then when I got uh into my college age, I I did officially graduate from high school with a diploma when I was 16. And by the time I was 18, I had already was well on my way to acquiring my first degree in college at 18. And
Right.
I worked a full-time job at the freaking Waffle House, man. Before when I graduated from college, I had already moved up to assistant manager at a Waffle House chain, and we had four restaurants inside that chain. So I was I could be working at either one of them any day of the week, you know. And
Oh, no
I
doubt.
went to yeah. So I mean, I have no mercy on these young sissy ass people nowadays. They give you that sob ass story. My mom and dad told me I got to move out. I'm like, well, you know, you're 30 years old. Yeah, yeah,
You said we wouldn't
don't
talk
get,
about this story. You said we'd keep that between me and you.
yeah. Hey, I'm ashamed to say it. Life is good to you with people. And my mom and my dad,
You said you wouldn't
they
tell
are
my
my
story.
mom and my dad. They got a pretty good sized house, and it has a guest house attached to it.
Yeah.
And my dad said that's 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 I say that he said that's Rob's house. You know, I even got my own mailbox over there, but I don't live there. Yeah, it just uh you never really move away. You know what I mean? You don't move away. I see these stupid commercials. I seen a stupid commercial today, and they got some old woman saying, "Oh, and you're going to be well taken care of when you get to the assistant nursing facilities and homes that we provide." And I'm like, what the hell happened to kids taking care of their parents? You know, I'm going to take care of my parents until they can't take any breaths anymore. I'm going to be standing there beside them. I'm not going to put them in some nurse care facility bullshit. It's just, I
You know, it's
know
funny.
that the poor people back in the day and the middle class, whoever it was, you know, you didn't just send your parents off to the old folks' home. You know, you just didn't do it. So I mean, that's a soft spot with me. I can't stand it. I don't like anybody says, "Well, I had to send my mom or my dad over to the nursing care facility," and you say, "Yeah," and you live in a $500,000 house and drive a freaking Land Rover back and forth to work, and your mom's over there getting harassed by people at a nursing facility. Yeah,
Yeah, you
while
got a
you're put,
5 bedroom, you know. What are you doing
yeah,
with all the bedrooms?
and they're busy putting mom's house up on the market for whatever they can sell it for.
I
It's
know,
it's a
right?
it's a it's a there's a bunch of that's what's causing all these problems. You know, that gets us away from humanity. Don't you think? Does don't you think you should take care of your parents? You know,
It's just
and
the
I say
overall
that.
like disconnect in certain things, you know.
They put food in your mouth. They put a bottle in your mouth. They changed your dirty diapers. They did all these things, and they didn't do it for a short time either. You know, some of them never got away from home. They still got the damn bottle in their mouth, and they're 40 years old. But the fact of the matter is they have no, their moral compass is way the hell off.
Yeah. Let alone reading an actual compass. They definitely could. They don't even know where they are right now.
Yeah. And they act like it's some kind of, they act like it's a crime. And I'm like, look, that doesn't mean that there won't be a nurse show up every so often. That doesn't mean that they don't have a doctor's appointment. It means that you got to be that one. And I see so many people lose their golden age of life because their kids' sheer refusal to want to have to take on that responsibility. Because why? They got to make car payments. Their bills are too high. They both got to work. Everything's important except for that person's life that brought them in the freaking world to begin with. Ain't that an excuse?
Yeah.
And
Life has a way of
whenever
coming
I got,
full circle, you know?
yeah, when I got through with law school, I went to Vanderbilt Law School in Nashville. And when I got through with law school, I had to pick a direction, and I just, it horrified me to want to be able to get into the medical field of it because of that specific reason. The way people treat kids and the way people treat their old people. I think that all that whole entire system needs to be completely reformed.
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times. I've seen families that have more than enough wealth and everything around them for that parent not to be there, you know, to be around family instead of be around strangers and listening to all those old machines beeping and all
Yeah.
that old shit, you know. And what what got me what was when I was young, our church group that I attended church with at one time, we would go to we had like four of the state nursing homes and we could only do one on Saturday until 12 o'clock. We would show up at like 9 and stay till 12 o'clock playing music, and we we all played live music, gospel music band, and we would go in and we would play music for these old people in these state homes. And I'm gonna tell you, people don't want to think about it. They think about, oh, how bad could it be, and the ones they don't want to think about it. But I'm gonna tell you something. It's a disgusting way to take your parent or your loved one and drop them off there in some ambulance and let them sit in a room and watch themselves wither away and die instead of being around people that love them, family. You know what I mean? They got no family bond. They're too interested in what they're going to get out of it, the house, the car, the money. What is it? You know, I've seen it 1,000 times in my career. And that's the reason I never chose to do that, that end of legal work. I just didn't want to be involved in it.
Yeah, I think definitely being in a at home in an at home setting around family, loved ones, no matter the state of mind or whatever the condition, I think it would be for a more uh healthier overall being, you know. I don't know so much for the pain, but maybe I don't know the spirit side of it, the soul side of it, you know. Uh, I think it would definitely enhance what time would be left, you know, versus yeah,
Yeah.
just throwing
Uh,
somebody into a dark room and just be like, hey, you know, we'll be
it's,
back to see you in a couple weeks, you know, on visitation day, or
yeah.
even in any state of dementia, all time, whatever the thing is that
Yeah.
gets us, you know, uh,
Yeah.
there's still some type of acknowledgement, you know, even if someone can't speak or hear, I mean, you know, speak or acknowledge. I still think that there's still some type of recognition with sound frequency, you know, just the general. being around somebody, whatever it may be, that energy, that
Yeah.
aura. There's something that can be felt, whether you can hear it or see it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I can't show you the thing, but I've seen a lot of life
Yeah.
and I've seen a lot of death. And you've seen a lot of either one. I've never been a soldier. I've never went to war per se. Anything like that. But certain things you see, regardless of where it is, different levels, different views. But there's something
You
about it.
know, you can't never change the things that you've done in life. You can't undo it in your mind, you know. Uh, Even after, and you don't really know anybody until you've had certain discussions with them and standings. And even after my mother pretty much abandoned me and my brothers in a house, and we remained there for 6 months alone inside this house until every everything was completely exhausted. The lights are out, the water's out, there's no food. When you feel like you have to get up and go to school to be able to just catch breakfast and lunch. And that was how we pulled it off. And to make a drug out story short, after all of that, my mother never came back. So there was multiple years between whenever I had decided to find out about her and her welfare and everything else. But later on in life, when she got elderly,
Yeah.
then guess what I did? I stood by her side and I held her hand. I was holding her hand in a hospital the day she took her last breath. You see, I never, I never abandoned her as a person. I just abandoned her as her ways, and that's what you got to learn how to do with people.
No doubt.
You got, you got to have that power of forgiveness in you.
Yeah. You got to be able to forgive, you know, whatever it is,
Oh yeah, I had relatives that said, "I don't understand why you would ever talk to this person ever again." I said, it's because she's responsible for me, whether she wants to know that or not. If it if she hadn't gave birth to me, I may not even exist. So I stood by her side through her roughest years of her elderly years and helped take care of her. And when it came to that time, we were there. I was there holding her hand the day she took her last breath, and she went on to meet her maker. But you just got to have that. It doesn't matter. It makes you, if you strive to be that kind of person, it will make you a better person in the world. Whether they want to be the asshole, they want to be these people, it gives you experience about how you may handle that situation. And
yeah,
I always kind of handle my situations the right way, tried to. I wasn't, you know, from what I've told you, I don't want to leave somebody in the desert with no water, with with a kid or whoever they are. I wouldn't want to leave anybody out there in the desert. You know, it it unless they unless they did something like really really bad. But that's just the kind of person I am.
yeah, yeah. We've all done enough in our own lives so far to it could have easily tipped the scales one way or the other, So we'll all
Yeah,
have our day, I guess, our time, whatever it may be when it comes after this meat satchel has long expired. Whatever's inside of us, whatever's ultimately driving us beyond this, you know. I guess there will be that. It shall be. You know, till then, I just try to offset as much as I can. I know it sounds corny. I know it sounds cheesy. Everybody says the thing. But just got to do the thing. Some things are easier said than done. Some things are easier done than said. Some people just like to say them. Whatever it may be, I'm guilty of all these things at some point.
Well, it can be rewarding in the end. You know,
Yeah,
there's a lot of bridges that get rebuilt when you get older. There's people that may have done you wrong in one way or another, and I've got them people where they just come back and say, I screwed up. I this, I that. I'm like, okay, cool. You know, but that don't make me a person that don't care. I'm just saying. So for some, there's a road way back. Some there's never a road way back to anything. They just need to be simply let them live in their own world that they create and let them be.
yeah. Oh man, they just always be the last house on the left.
Yeah. But no, I mean, the days are important, man. People don't take that to strive. They don't strive that day. Days are important. You can spend your day, like Rescue says, you can make it any kind of day you want. You know, try to make it a good day.
And hopefully you just don't get your ashes sucked up by a dirt devil. That would just be that would be insult to injury.
Hmm.
You just get your ashes spilt all up, and here comes this clown with a dirt devil.
Yeah.
Who does he think he is? No, different things, different reasons. I've had family members
Yeah.
that wanted to have that done for certain reasons and just be released amongst nature, amongst the mountains, or whatever it may be, different situations. That was their choosing, and that's what happened. That's what they wanted.
Yeah. I say bury me face down in a shallow grave and use my ass crack for a bicycle rack. I don't care at that point.
I think you can do that. I think you can do that in Boise now. I think they made that a thing. It's an election year. They make these type of things happen. Yeah. I don't know. They could just bury me under a pine tree and just put "Go Dogs" on my headstone. They'll know I was there.
Yeah.
Who
Time.
knows? By the time
Yeah.
I go, I could have like an interactive. There could be like a whole interactive thing. You just come up and press a button, and boom. It's like we're sitting here on the live. Hey, what's going on, buddy? I'm glad you made it to Watts World. Unfortunately, this is you know, this is the final episode.
Oh yeah.
Um,
They come in all shapes and forms and fashions, ladies and
yeah,
gentlemen. Yeah.
this
You
is not
got
a link you want to click, but you clicked it anyway.
yeah.
Welcome.
But there's a lot of damn people just they get drug around, and this is what I tell anybody: if you're running along and you grab a hold of something and you just keep hanging on to it and it's dragging you, eventually it's either going to screw you up really bad or you're going to let go of it. You're still going to get some scratches and bruises, but at least it didn't kill you. And that's how people are in modern times. They just can't get past the idea they got to have a certain kind of ride. They can't get past the idea they got to have certain kind of clothes. Their kids has got to be this, they're this and this, and they can't get past all of that. You can only live inside one room, no matter how many rooms you've got. You can only be in one room at a time. You can only wear, you
Yeah,
know, it's like Really? You know what I mean? I've seen
Yeah.
these idiots build a 9-bedroom house with 6 full baths and 2 kitchens and a guest house and everything else. And you're thinking, what in the hell is wrong with you? You know?
I
But
see you watched one of my shorts of a house we wired up. Yeah.
oh
What
yeah,
it wasn't that massive, but yeah, we've wired up homes that it's got elevators in them and all different,
yeah.
all type of stuff.
I'm a scavenger anymore. What? I'm a scavenger. I got builder buddies. Don't worry about that. I got builder buddies, but a lot. I got a couple of them that do. They still do demolition,
Yeah.
And uh, I had one of my buddies call me one time, and he said, "Well, I got a 3-story beach house down in uh, what is that county over there? It's in South Alabama. Anyways, Baldwin County. It's right on Orange Beach down there. And a storm came in. It's like a $4 million house. And it laid the roof down on top of it, and the whole entire inside furnishings of the house got completely wet, you know. So he called me up. He said, "Hey man," he said, "you want anything out of that old house?" He said, "You better go get it because we're going to tear it down." And it's a house that ain't but like 2 years old, but they're going to tear the
Yeah.
house down. I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." So I was about 58 years old at the time. I took me, myself, and and went over there and took that 3-story elevator out that house all by myself, piece by piece, and and drug that bitch through the house, and I had to knock a hole in the wall to get the cylinder out. So for a long time, people kept asking me, they said, "Where in the hell did you get that elevator at, man?" I said, "If I had to tell you, I'd have to kill you." But it had the control panels and all that shit on it.
Yeah.
But that's one of them oddities, you know, an
Yeah.
elevator.
We've did so far me personally, I've been a part of 3 different projects. And I think yeah, at least 3. There might have been a couple. Oh no, 1, 2, 4. There's 4 of them that we've done. Um, Brand new homes that we've wired up and stuff, and elevators in them. And it's pretty
Yeah,
interesting. And I mean, I can understand the whole concept, but the only reason you need that elevator to move big stuff is because you got a bigger house and you got to fill it up with bigger stuff. It's just it's one
yeah,
thing leads
I
to
got
another. It's just not like, oh man, I just got to have this elevator. So no, it just blossoms and blooms. If that's your cup of
all
tea,
the,
cool. We'll wire it up. That's cool. We'll do the thing.
you know, my dad says I like my privacy, so I've got a 40-foot uh, travel travel trailer that I have. I stay in it most of the time, but that's all I need, man. You know what I mean? That's all I
No,
need.
we
I
haven't
get up.
wired up any stair lifts, but like how you said you demoed that elevator. We had this job one time, this older house, and I don't know when this thing was originally put in there, but it had to have been like whenever those stair lifts first became like I guess for residential use. It was one of them old ones, and we had to demo out all the electrical and take it out the wall and everything before they started their remodel. That was a pretty
Yeah,
interesting project because man, it was just the house was so old, and you had to be so particular and so specific. It ended up being a lot of patchwork, but it was
yeah.
as minimal damage as could be done. You know, but
I
yeah.
tell you, you know, Bonnie said elevator for the elderly. Let me tell you something. If you're that old that you think you're gonna need an elevator or a stair lift to get upstairs in your own house, maybe you should just sell that house and get something different down on 1-story level, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I always say. That whenever I get ready to expand, I don't need no 2, 3 story. If anything, it'll just be maybe what a 2 story would be, but just all on one level. Space it out. Have a big old opening, like a big courtyard or something in the middle. You know. Yeah, I don't need 2 stories up when I could just stay at ground level.
Yeah, that's 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 the way a house when you're my pops, you know, we've set his house up that way to where everything in the main part of the house that you need is on the first floor, and the only thing upstairs is 2 guest rooms, and that's it upstairs. But it's just a big 1-story. It's 2-story house, but it's a 1-story house. It's how it's been used, you know, where you
Yeah,
can when when you get 87 years old, man, you don't want to take steps up and down. You know, you don't. You need easy transitions.
yeah.
And here lately, his knees has been giving him some problems, and so you know,
We got customers like that. Customers they got. I mean, they're beautiful homes, nice homes, but some of them they've just completely resituated where everything they needs downstairs. Upstairs, yeah, it's just pretty much guest, or if they feel like it, or make it up there to check on something. You'll know when they done had company come over because they'll call us. They got to get something attended to up there. Somebody that came over, an outlet wasn't working, or a light went out. One of them type of deals.
yeah, I tell you, man, this this topic's getting old.
What's that?
I said this topic we're on is getting old.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at this very moment in time, it's the oldest we've ever been and the youngest we'll ever be, allegedly.
Yeah.
There you go. Get your ashes turned into a living memorial tree. What type of tree would you be? They said they're going to turn your ashes into a tree. What type of tree would you want to be?
Oh, I don't know. It would
I'd
be
probably be a Georgia peach tree. That way they'd always have to eat me. You
I
know?
think it would be. It'd have to fall into a western cedar tree.
There you
They
go.
they they last the longest, I think.
Oh, I can see that. There you go. The majestic cedar.
Standing out on that cliff with the branches growing on one
All
side
right.
and none
Maybe I
on
didn't
the
think
other.
this through too well. Dang. The mighty oak, the redwood. Yeah.
Mighty
Hmm.
oak. I just had a mighty oak about 9 months ago fall across one of my damn turbo 3500 Dodges and just kind of turned the damn bed into a banana.
Oh, yeah.
S- Broke out my back windshield, and then my back window broke the back window out of it. But then uh, we were talking about it. I think I'm gonna put one of these utility flatbeds on it, you know, and run it till she dies. I don't. I couldn't afford a new vehicle, man. I like my old shit. If I can start it with a screwdriver, I'm happy.
Dude, it was like I remember it. I got still tons of pictures and stuff and videos I took, but after Helena, man, after Helena came through, it looked like Godzilla. It looked like Godzilla just came through. Once they started removing all the trees that had landed on top of the cars and smashed them and stuff, where they could start
Oh yeah,
whatever. It just looked like Godzilla just came through the neighborhoods, crunch, crunch, crunch.
yeah.
But man. I mean, to look back on it now, I mean, you got to find some type of humor, some type of deflection, reflection from it. But yeah, it was pretty wild.
Yeah, we had a project because old people get weird on their projects. So my dad wanted to. He had this Volkswagen Rialta camper, you know, and it's a camper, and it's about the size of a 1-ton camper, but it's a Volkswagen Rialta,
Yeah.
and man, I put new tires, new brakes, new calipers, new everything on it. Battery, drop the tank, clean the tank out, new fuel pump, tune up on the engine, new starter, new belts. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
whole thing. Cause he was he was wanting to take a trip in it, you know. So that's what we was talking about. Storm come through, and we've got some humongous oak trees in that neighborhood, and a humongous oak tree came across the driveway. It hit the concrete and busted a hole like 3 foot by 3 foot, but then it totaled the Rialta Volkswagen, and it destroyed the whole bed in the back of the cab on one of my uh, Dodge 3500s.
Mm.
And I was like, damn, I don't guess you're going to go for a trip in that thing. After we got the tree off of it, it looked normal, but then the back part of the camper, back in the top, you could stand up and walk around in it, but the thing about it was there was nothing left because it was fiberglass, and it you could have just filled it up with something. It didn't even have a top in the back of it back there. The air conditioning unit that was up there was in the floor. So I told him, I said, I guess you ain't gonna take that thing nowhere.
The Weeping Willow.
I never checked and seen how long a weeping willow tree grows. I wonder how long they grow, what their life is.
I don't know. I don't know the lifespan. I don't know. I got one. It was last year. I think it was Earth Day. Earth Day last year. They had every year they have this event where you can go down there and they have different booths, information, different things. But they have where you can get a tree. Um, and I forget what the other option was. One was a willow, and I forget what the other one was. But I took it out to my mom's place, and she's got like a little creek, a little area back there in the back. And I think it did real good, and I planted it. It's doing well. It don't seem like it's, uh, I guess, lacking of anything. It's been there a year
Yeah.
now, a little over a year.
Yeah, I always liked them weeping willow trees, man. They're kind of cool when they get a little older. They're
Oh
really
yeah,
cool. They're cool looking.
yeah. My grandma had a few of them on her property, those and dogwood trees, and knew it was springtime officially down here once all that stuff came alive. There you go. Shoot you.
I'm real surprised Bonnie ain't up here running her mouth.
Think she took a nap. Think she took a nap earlier, throwed her whole cycle off. You know what I mean? I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll take a 4 hour nap, and sometimes 2 weeks went by. I'm like, man, I got so much to catch up on. I'm just, I don't even think about it. I did that in Walmart one time, man. I went into Wally World, and I swear I was in there for 30 minutes, but somehow almost 2 hours had then went by.
Yeah.
Oh no. I think I walked into a mother chip. It was a mothership disguised as a Wally World. I think that's how they got me. Uh-oh. Speaking of Wally Worlds and disguises,
Wally World in disguise.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. It just sounded,
How y'all doing?
oh, we're doing it.
Well,
Just talking
we
about
try to.
black holes and dandelions.
We was talking about we're gonna have to drag you out of the bar room down there.
Would that get you laughing? Just curious.
What's that?
Would that get you laughing?
You know, there's two kinds of drunks in the planet I've ever met. I don't drink. I'm a social drinker. If somebody says, "Hey, come on," and they bug me enough, I might take a shot of whiskey, but that's it. But there's either a good drunk or a bad drunk, you know.
Well, I'm not a
So,
drunk, so I don't know. But yes, I know what you're talking about. I had a husband, you never knew which one was going to walk through the door.
It's
oh yeah,
everything and then some, Cheryl. It's everything you see in the video and everything your mind can imagine.
yeah. People do terrible things when they're alcoholics. I did alcohol and drug counseling at 101st Airborne, Fort Campbell, for about 3 years. I got assigned to that, dealing with people that had drinking problems and drug problems. And they're just trying to tell them, hey, look, you're going to screw up your whole career. You need to get a hold of yourself. So I've had many of those type of people on a nice easy chair in a private office, trying to have conversations with them about it. For some it works, for some it don't, you know.
Yeah. Sadly.
If you really think about it, we're all on an island. We always talk about different islands or like Hawaii as an island. But I mean, ultimately, we're all on an island. We're all sticking up out of some body of water that's just surrounding us at some point,
Yeah, we're just
So
talking
ultimately,
heads.
this, 75, 80% water all around us, Ultimately, we're all just on an island somewhere.
It's awful strange how we're 75% water on Earth and humans are 75% water too.
Some things overlap for a reason. So I guess it's up to us to figure out those overlaptations.
It's because
I
we
try to
sent
stay hydrated. I try to have, I don't know, clean water. I try to, put my own electrolytes and stuff like that in there to boost it up. Whether it's doing the thing or not, I try to stay hydrated, especially this time of the year, but always.
Yeah, definitely stay hydrated.
So, Bonnie, how's your day been? Did you
Oh gosh.
have what was the most favorite part about your day?
Having my granddaughter with me. But she worked me to death.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I've got a daughter with 2 grandkids up in North Carolina. She's a ex Navy brat. Anyway, she was a she was she she's out of the Navy now, retired, and then she tells me all the time. She says, "Dad," she said, "if you was up here living close by me," and I was like, "Look, that's a hard thing because why? You have any idea what it would take for me to say, okay, I'm gonna do away with everything that I've acquired and everything I've got and go live in North Carolina?
No, I totally get it.
So, I mean, I'm settled. I'm old. You can find me at, here's my phone number is BR549.
Although I'm thinking about leaving Texas. I'm upset with Texas, and it's not going to change. It's only going to keep getting worse. And if I was younger and all into the tech and industry part of it, I guess I could understand people wanting that, but it's all over. It's in every state.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes geographical location does wonders.
Yeah. We
I
do
would have
have,
never thought that I was going to move out of the city of New Orleans, but I did. The last time I stayed for 10 years, and when I finally moved out to the North Shore, what we call the North Shore, on this side of the lake, when I moved north, then my friends was thinking, oh God, I was so glad to see you move out of that city because of that city. New Orleans is a different city.
I know.
And I'm sure everybody that lives around a major city knows this already. Nowadays, you just got to have a freaking lock on everything. And I just got so tired of locks. Lock this, lock that, lock this, lock, 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 lock. You know. So it took me a little while to not get used to the idea somebody was going to take my bicycle, or somebody's going to break in my car, or somebody's going to steal my gas, or somebody's going to steal my tires, or whatever. It's just always constantly on your mind, and it weighs on people.
Yeah.
So
My daughter loves New Orleans.
yeah.
Baton Rouge. She goes over there quite a bit.
Well, my dad, he lives in St. George now. It used to be East Baton Rouge, but it's St. George now. They changed it. And they formed up their own township, and St. George Township.
Yeah.
And he lives in a neighborhood. He's been living in the same neighborhood over there since 40 something years ago. So it's an old established neighborhood. It's in a really decent side of the city there. But anymore, I mean, even Baton Rouge is somewhat violent in certain areas, and
Yeah.
New Orleans is definitely violent in a lot of areas.
What's that? The famous district called? The darn it. I kind of always wanted to see it. It's like the French Quarter. What? No,
Lafayette. Lafayette's a city by Galveston.
I don't think it's Lafayette. It's
There's a city over there.
I thought it was in New Orleans, though.
I
Isn't there?
mean, you can name it. They got I
with
mean,
the balconies and
yeah,
the
that's
lady.
going to be. They say you can say that's the quarter, the
Mm-hmm.
French Quarter, and the French Quarter goes all the way from Rampart Street south about 8 or 9, about 7 good blocks to the riverfront, and then it goes from Canal Street over to Allegiant Fields. That's the French Quarter area of New Orleans. And then
Uh,
once you get east of Elysian, you get between Elysian Fields and over in there, and you're going to get into what they call Frenchman area, Frenchman Street area. They got a lot of tourist industry down in there too. But even inside those districts, you step out of that district by accident, just not knowing what street you're walking down,
mm-hmm.
and things happen quickly, you know.
Wow.
And I lived in the French Quarter there for about right downtown French Quarter for about 6 years on
Yeah.
Dauphine and Conte Street, Conti, whatever you want to say. And I got to the point where, I mean, you have to park your car in a parking garage because there's no parking, you know. And then I
Yeah.
finally I rented a parking spot in a private lot and behind a gated, uh, right real close to where I was living within a half a block. And it's like 300 and something dollars a month just for a parking spot.
Goodness.
So people can only imagine, you know, it's it's expensive to own a car and live in New Orleans. It just really is.
Well, maybe I don't want to go see it. I always thought that that was something I wanted to see.
Well, you can go see it. It's still there. As far as being there and living, no, I don't think I would. You know, I was born there in that city, and
Yeah.
it's nowhere. It's like everything else in the world. It's not what it used to be.
Just go to
You
Walmart, Bonnie. Just go to Wally World.
know? Yeah, yeah, it's a lot funner to go to Walmart. Even if you just go out there and watch people, just people watch, sit out in the car and watch people.
Yes, I've done that. Yeah.
You were talking about Carolina. I think that's where Bonnie's avatar is from. You got the white sand beaches. It looks like Carolina. Because in the West Coast, we don't have white beaches like California or Washington. It's all volcanic. And even Hawaii, I don't think has any white beaches because it's volcanic. Even Azores Islands, I don't know if you guys know where Azores is at. It's in between Boston and Portugal.
Well,
It's volcanic too. So it's you guys are Carolina is the only place. Florida, Carolina. I think the East Coast is the only place with white sand beaches.
I didn't see the white sand beaches at the East Coast. They got
Really?
boulders all over the beach. Yeah, there's no sand. I mean, there's
Oh,
sand inland all over the place, but when you go to the beach, it's not like here when we go to the Gulf, you're going to see beaches in where my stepmother lives, Panhandle of Florida. It's white sand beaches, really clear water, clear blue water. But I think that's a more like a tropical island.
yeah. No, even where my parents are from is Azores Island. My dad, uh, yeah, he's from Azores. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Tercera Island is at the American Air Force Base, the Air Force Base. So, yeah, it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean between Boston and Portugal. So even that's volcanic. So that's not white sand beaches.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been to the Azore. That's a pretty
Which
nice place out in there.
which island?
Don't ask me,
Yeah.
because if I tell you a lie, you you You're talking about 40 years ago.
Yeah. Now there's 7 islands. There's Madeira. That's where Ronaldo's from. The football player. Yeah, it's expensive there.
Well,
I was I was only there overnight, and I can't remember when. I can tell you it was about 40 years ago. We touched down on an airplane, stayed over there for about 8 or 9 hours, got back on a plane and went to the Middle East. I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, it's either going to be Tercera or San Miguel. That's where they got pretty much the jets that land. They got their own jet company. It's called SATA in San Miguel. And Tercera's got the American Air Force Base. The rest of the 5 islands doesn't have a Air Force Base there or their own jet company. They just use commercial jets from other companies.
there was a group of us, and we were looking at islands for sale. And there was one that was haunted, and there was one that had pygmies. And I was like, it's got to be the haunted one. I can handle ghosts easier than pygmies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
You say
we actually got a haunted house in the Azores Islands. I got to go back there because my uncle died. So yeah, got to we were selling cows, so instead of doing 27 land parcels on the islands, but yeah, here in California, got 160 acres, but yeah, it's just hay. Might put in almonds, but maybe
Have you
almond
ever heard of the
walnuts.
island of North Dumpling?
I have not.
No.
It's a pretty interesting place. Well, I heard about it a while back and I kind of forgot about it, but you get to scrolling through different articles. I posted a link about it the other day on the community. It was just like a little short 4-minute video. And I think that was like back in the early 90s. But anyway, to make a long story short, if you're familiar with the device, the Segway, the guy, I forget his name right off, but the guy that created that, he created a lot of different things. He's an inventor, a tinkerer, but he bought that island. It's in between Long Island and Connecticut. It's an island that sits there, and he bought it. I forget what he paid like $2 million, I think, for it, and then he created this. He went through the whole process. Even what president went out there with him? I think it was the first Bush. Bush went out there and visited the island with him and talked to him. But the island of North Dumpling. It's a pretty interesting story.
Writing it down to look it up.
The Aleutian Islands in Alaska. The Aleutian Islands that are near Japan and Russia. Yep,
That's too cold.
it is. Well, no, actually, it's not as cold as Alaska itself because it's an island. But yeah, it's too dark too. You get 6 months of 15 hours of darkness.
You think you can grab that video off my community page and drop it in the back chat and I can play it, or no?
I think so. But what was that called? What you were talking about?
Me or Johnny?
You. What?
Oh, the island of North Dumpling.
North Dumpling.
Sounds like Irish almost.
Yeah, but the guy who the kind of mastermind of what it is the guy who created the Segway, the little two-wheel little, the thing. He's created a lot more things, but I guess that's the most common thing that would be associated with him. Let's see here.
And is that what it's called on your?
No, it's on the community. It's on my community tab. It may be the last thing I posted there. If not, it's like 1 or 2.
Okay.
Michael, welcome up. Good to see you. Welcome back.
How you doing today, Michael?
What's up, Mr. Michael? I didn't even know that Johnny was in the panel until I looked around at my phone. I was kind of looking at something else and having a conversation with Watt, and then I said something about Bonnie coming up, and then I didn't know Johnny was here. But how's it
It's
going,
after
Michael?
midnight.
What's going on?
You know
Not
you
Johnny
don't feed us
Carson.
after midnight.
Johnny Carson's been dead since '91. Hey there, Johnny, man. But yeah. Good.
R.I.P. Johnny. The other Johnny, not this Johnny.
Johnny P.
Yeah. Long live Johnny P.
Oh, you wanted it in the private chat.
Yeah. I'll see if I can. Or drop it where you can. In the back thing where I can play it as a video. It
Okay.
ain't but like 4 minutes long. If they take Watch that World down for that little video, then so be it. You know. At least you'll know about the Isle of North Dumpling. What do we got here? What else we got besides North Dumplings? You know. I go for an order of some fried dumplings right now.
Okay.
The Easter Island. The Easter Islands with those
Oh, I
crazy
like to
looking
visit
statues.
Easter Islands. That'd be cool. I don't know if I ever make it that far out in the world, but yeah, that'd be definitely something to view.
You know, when you draw a line between the Easter Islands, which one is it? The Easter Islands straight across to the uh, the pyramids of Egypt, and which other one is it? It makes a complete triangle, and the mileage is right on it. It's the same mileage as it would be. It's a three-sided thing, but I'm trying to remember which one of them other places that is where that triangle comes together from Easter Island to the Great Pyramids of Egypt, and then it's somewhere else where that triangle crosses.
Heard something like that. I feel like I should know it right off the top of my head.
Malaysia?
I'm trying.
Malaysia?
I don't
I'll
know.
show you.
Could be.
I'll kind of show you what I got in my lap right here. Can you see that?
Let's see what you got. Okay.
I'm afraid to look. I'm over here
It's
with this video.
it's a brass globe marble. It's got all the pearl inlays for all the continents on it.
Nice.
See it spinning.
Yep.
And
Old school.
we were talking about the Azores, and I reached over and got my globe and said, I'm gonna look at that real quick.
I'm gonna watch this short video and see if you can't find these islands on that globe. Throw that beautiful non-beam footage.
I love my globes. I like globes. This one's still got Gulf of America though. I mean, it's got Gulf of Mexico in it.
Yeah,
It's
I have.
outdated now.
Okay, here we go.
Nation of North Dumpling. It is an island nation. Well, New York State still thinks it is part of New York State, and the federal government doesn't really see a question of secession there. But in the mind of North Dumpling's owner, a man's island is what he dreams it to be. Lucky Severson explains what this is all about.
Legend has it that the man flying the machine was looking for something sleek and fast. He liked the helicopter, so he bought the company. Now he owns an island called North Dumpling. He has an Air Force, a Navy, prints his own money, and has declared North Dumpling a separate nation. His name is Dean Kamen, but he'll answer if you call him Lord Dumpling. We decided it would be a good idea to check out North Dumpling to investigate this revolutionary notion so close to our borders. We discovered that Lord Dumpling takes his fun very seriously. It's practically impossible to sneak into the country. It's so small. So we entered North Dumpling like everyone else, through customs.
And what is the purpose of your trip? Business, pleasure, pleasurable business, or pleasurable pleasure?
Pleasurable business.
And without currency on North Dumpling, you will be considered a vagrant.
It's beautiful currency. And this is the Emperor?
That is Lord Dumpling.
Lord Dumpling. I'd like to meet him. After clearing customs, I was introduced to Lord Dumpling himself, who then introduced me to the Minister of Defense.
Who is retired.
Missy Sims. This is the Minister of Defense.
Sort of laid back, not too
Well,
worried
she's
about
retired.
any
She's retired.
North Dumpling is closer to home than you might expect. Long Island, New York, 12 miles in that direction. Connecticut is only 1 mile that way. But it was New York with its bulging bureaucracy and high taxes that drove Dean Kamen to do what any red-blooded American would like to do at one point or another. He started his own country.
As a method of trying to deal with the United States, State Department to State Department, we've added, as I'll show you, an entire department here, the Department of Redundancy Department.
Rules and regulations and redundancies have been bugging Dean Kamen all his life. So when he bought his 3-acre dream for $2.5 million and got tangled in red tape when he wanted to build a windmill on it, it was more than he could take. Dean Kamen became Lord Dumpling of North Dumpling so he could be free of bureaucracy.
There's lots of things in that world I find frustrating. The lawyers and the bureaucrats, big government, big business, dealing with lots of things that just deep down you know you could do them better if you had the chance. And out here, you have the chance. You make the government, you make the rules, and it's fun.
North Dumpling doesn't have an army, but it does have a modern navy.
This is one of our Navy vehicles. It's an amphibious assault vehicle, as you can see. Ever since we established that 200-inch international limit.
200-inch?
200-inch, yeah. You see, there's Groton, New London is where General Dynamics builds all the nuclear subs. And they were getting dangerously close to our waters here, so we established that limit, and we haven't seen any come within 200 inches since then. So
I can't blame them. I'd stay away for sure.
Yeah.
Like any
That's a
third world
floating
country, North
tricycle.
Dumpling has attracted its share of celebrities.
Well, Dick Rattan is a citizen here and a cabinet member. He is a 14-star general of our Air Force.
A 14th star.
Yes.
That's right. Voyager pilot Dick Rutan was invited to North Dumpling after he said some not so nice things about helicopters. Now he's been converted to helicopters and to Dumpling's way of life. We were on hand to watch the first ever transcontinental circumnavigational flight by a novice with only 15 hours training. It lasted about 1.5 minutes.
Congratulations. I'm thrilled. Not only that Dick Rattan was able to do this, but that he was able to do it here at Dumpling. How are your legs? Yep.
I'm a little weak.
So what is it that makes Lord Dumpling or Dean Kamen go to such great lengths to escape from or to recreate reality? His father, Jack Kamen, North Dumpling's Minister of Creation.
What Lord Dumpling, I think, has created is kind of a never land for himself. This is a great place for him to relax. He's a very busy, creative man, and he finds it to be a great outlet. It's a form of expression, I think, in exercising some of his libido.
In his other life in New Hampshire, he's a multimillionaire, bachelor, businessman, inventor who has spent his life searching for a better way. He dropped out of college
Wouldn't we
because he
all?
wanted to learn more than they were teaching. Now he runs half a dozen different companies, but spends most of his energy inventing and developing medical devices.
It's one area where
Did you want me to stop it? But
No, never stop the footage. The footage must continue. This revolution will be televised, Bonnie. Proceed.
besides having fun with technology and making money with technology, you can really do good while you're doing well. And it's nice to be able to do that. It makes doing this seem a little less decadent, I guess.
As he patrols his coastline with the Minister of Defense, his mother, the Minister of Nepotism, looking on, Lord Dumpling can only hope that the U.S. doesn't
Getting
take his
ideas
little
for the
kingdom with its
island of
windmills
what?
spinning defiantly in the gentle breeze too seriously.
I think the island is it's the metaphor as well as the mass. It's everybody's island. Everybody wants a place that they can do it the way they believe it's right.
And as we left the island, we could hear the haunting refrain of the North Dumpling National Anthem.
North Dumpling, keep lawyers far from thee, and MBAs and bureaucrats, O island of the now free.
For Sunday Today, I'm Lucky Severson, NBC News, North Dumpling.
No man is an island, it has been said, but Dean Kamen and the people of North Dumpling are trying hard.
Man,
We're
that
going to
just
visit the
touches your part of your
But-
soul that you didn't even know could be touched. You know? There you go. That's definitely a lot of places you can get news you can use, but that's definitely news you can't use.
That
But I
would be
thought it was
too
interesting.
cool.
But I thought it was
You know,
interesting. man.
there's
Yeah.
also another island up there off of New York that I forgot what it was.
Thank you,
That
Jerry.
was
Thank you.
it was used by the government for the CDC back in the day in scientific animal experiments going on that island. You ever hear about that place?
You talking
Oh
about
yeah,
Plum
no
Island?
doubt.
I can't
Are you
remember
talking
what that name of that island is there, but then
I
there's
think it's
another
Plum
island
Island.
there. What now?
I think it's Plum Island.
Plum Island, that's it. You
Mhm.
know,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
they had one of the animals. Some of the animals got out of their lockup, and I think the story was one of them, a disfigured animal of some sort, washed up on the Jersey shores or somewhere over there in New York or wherever. And then there's another island up in there that was used to be an old armory where they stored gunpowder and munitions, and I forgot which island. That was founded by one of the famous gun makers from back in the day. They established it. But there's some interest up there in that northeast corner of the United States, out there on them little islands and jetties.
Yeah. But think about it. He's got the perfect setup. He's his own currency. Isn't this a lot of what we've been talking about to get out of the billionaires' hold, is to do something like that, create our own currency?
Yeah, Bonnie, as for currency, man, you know, the Azores Islands, they were separate from the euro until 1989. They had their own currency. It was called the escudo, like the escudo money. But in 1989, they just went to the euro because, I mean, people from America or other places basically take their dollars were triple compared to the escudo. So the people there were working for hardly any money at all. So that's why they had to join the euro. It's sad, but yeah, I mean, to have your own currency might work against you unless you own a lot of land, which, I mean, yes.
Well,
we had
he's got his own island.
What's that?
And he's got his own island and building his own army and our military. If that tricycle looking thing was it, I don't know what it does, but it looked
Floating
cool.
It's a floating tricycle.
Oh, okay. But setting the boundaries, what do you say, 200 yards out? And they
Yeah,
couldn't
they
mess.
did that. They did. They had to do some type of law or some type of legislation because he was allegedly said that there was like certain ships or certain like submarines that would, come in and around the island a little bit closer than he liked or whatever. So they set up, whatever he said, so many the boundary around his island.
You ever heard of Monaco? It's the rich island owned by France. You know that?
Oh yeah, Monaco. Yeah.
Yeah. But
There-
yeah, I mean, go ahead.
There's a group here, elites, I'm sure, and it seems allegedly years ago that they claimed part of the ocean. Do y'all ever remember hearing about that? I'm gonna have to look it up and see what they called it. It
What was
has
the
a name.
question?
This group of elite people, whatever, claimed a portion of the ocean. It seems like it's up north. I'm not sure where it is, but let me look. I know I
Yeah,
saw it.
I don't take my yacht that way. Whenever I go out on my yacht, I don't take my yacht that way. I go the other
Right.
way, Lonnie, on my yacht.
I'm right on the yacht.
Goes the other way. It goes west.
Fiberglass yacht or aluminum yacht?
Neither. I bought it on Temu. I bought it off sale on Winter. I bought
It's
the
wood.
baby yacht. I bought the pontoon, and I bought the inflatable boathouse, the triple package. So we'll see how that turns out. It's Temu. It should be all right. I got it before the whole, I got it before the thing, so it should be good.
Yeah, I mean, even like Azores, it's not owned by elites. Only like Ronaldo, he owns a lot of their islands, and there is elites on that island, and in San Miguel, and in Terceira, because of the American Air Force Base. But the other 5 islands are just poor. I mean, you can find land there for $2,000 an acre still. That we'll be selling pretty soon. I mean, because we can't farm. Oh, my uncle's crazy. I'm just keeping. My family's only keeping 5 of those parcels out of the 27, just in case we do want to put like connexes and live in a connex to keep our property tax low. But yeah,
I know I should have bought my island when it was cheaper. I should have bought them while they were selling them for $2 million.
I don't know what. No, we're actually selling. My parents are actually selling 27 parcels at 2,000 an acre. But here's the problem with those islands, man. If it's not zoned for putting a house on it or an office, you can't put it. You can only farm it. You can basically have cows, chickens. But
what part of the world is this?
Azores. It's Fayal. That's the island where my dad's
How
from.
much they want for the whole island?
We're only selling 27 parcels, man. They're like 5 acres each, give or take. So yeah. It's all it is farmland, man, for cows. My uncle had 92 cows. We had to sell them. We sold the 92 cows for $59,000. So it was beef.
You said the cows?
Yeah, 92 cows we had to sell. It was beef cows.
Like we're moving to the cows, everybody. We're taking this show international.
The damn problem with all this conversation is, man, is
here we go.
Regardless,
what happened?
Regardless of what anybody says, there's always somebody else that's going to come along and be willing to put a value on it. And that's where we're screwing up right there. That's who owns the earth? Who owns the oceans? See where we're screwing up with that? So it doesn't matter. There's always somebody.
I was willing to pay cash, man. I wasn't going to do a digital currency. I was going to give them cash.
Nah, you always want to do money order or cashier's check or something, man.
They wouldn't take satchels of cash. That's frowned upon.
No, I mean it's cool, but the only problem is, like, for instance, since it's owned by the euro now, man, the dollar's worth lesser. Dollar's worth lesser than the euro, man. So that's the problem now.
I don't even want to buy an island now. It's too much. Too much red tape. You can't just buy an island like you used to, man. What happened to the good old days?
So
money and finance.
Listen,
man, money.
I'm sorry. But it's not telling me the name of the group. I guess I imagined it. But it says under international law, sovereign groups such as nation states can legally claim parts of the ocean for economic and security purposes. Private individuals or corporations, however, generally cannot own the open ocean. The claiming of ocean territory is divided into several specific zones. And then it tells you all the zones. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Like, I
Yeah,
can't
They can
even
own.
think
swim. What do I look like
I,
owning an island, you know? What do I look
I
like?
think
They can
yeah.
own the fishing, certain fish if they really wanted to, or like passages like Drake Passage, Panama Canal, the North Passages of Canada. Like one of them, they could do that maybe, but not the ocean. You're right.
Well, I'm glad that Zombie was bringing up and talking about what he was talking about for a brief second. Because you think about this, United States, they always say, and it could be partial propaganda, but they always say it's the richest, most powerful country on the planet. All right. Well, if the richest, most powerful company or country on the planet is trillions of dollars in debt, okay, what does that say about the rest of the world? You know, so that means that somebody has all these tabs on all this debt. And coincidentally, they've been having meetings as of lately in, let's say, Davos, Switzerland, and other places, and they've got together a lot of people that handle liquid assets and all these things, such as BlackRock and other companies, and they started tokenizing everything, all the assets, all the value. So now it's all tokenized and accounted for digitally. So soon, it won't even really matter if you were to break away and make your own currency. If the whole entire world currency goes digital, it just won't matter.
Well,
I've heard
if
this.
you
I've
can,
heard this topic before, and I'm gonna try to. I'll keep it brief. This topic that somebody goes out, oh, and they qualified to get a loan to buy a house, and oh, they qualified to get a loan to buy a car, and oh, they borrowed money and this and blah blah blah. One of the biggest sources for loans is China. Chinese loan companies. That means a lot of people in a lot of towns and a lot of cities inside America just borrowed money from China through their lender. See, that's what happened to Countrywide. That's what happens to these big loan mortgage corporations.
Goldman
The
Sachs.
United States government doesn't have anything to do with it. It's like I told people when they talk about the price of gas and oh the government it ain't the government. The government in my state it gets 20 cents a gallon. I don't care if the gas gets up to $10 a gallon, they still just get 20 cents a gallon. It's the buddies. You see the buddies. They do the buddy system, which means that that's a rabbit hole all in itself, but the financial sector inside the United States is not domestic lenders. Most of the domestic companies inside this country are borrowing money from a foreign country. You see, that's how they play that game. Now, the FDIC, that just means what? They're going to insure your bank that you bank with. But if you want to go back and do the brass taxes on it, they don't have enough FDIC coverage to cover all the banks at once. So if all the banks fail, FDIC, they're SOL. Sorry, sorry about your luck. So that's how it is. It's always this monetary value that everybody they kill themselves, they slave themselves, they constantly talk about. There's those people that just never stop talking about finances, and I'm like, that's your life of finance. You know, there's always somebody going to come along and tell you what they're willing to give for something that you're not even wanting to sell. If you understand what I mean, they're going to put a value on it. It doesn't matter if it's for sale or not for sale. Like taxes, see, that's how that
that's
works.
when JP Morgan steps in to rescue the banks and get the Federal Reserve more assets. But if you own an island and you are self-sustaining, there's all of that other stuff doesn't even matter. If you have your own currency, your own everything to sustain your island of people, nobody can tell you what to do. They can
You know,
try.
we used to live on an island like that, Bonnie, as people. It was called the United States.
Well, that's kind of
But
messed up.
not even then would the foreign affairs leave us alone. You see, the rich bureaucrats and the lobbyists, even back then at the 13 states level of thinking, they were still trying to control the cotton, control the wheat, control the shipping, control everything. You understand what I'm saying?
That was the
So
British.
in order for you to go back and say, "Oh, I'm going to have my own country, and I'm going to make my island my own country," you know, then that's you need to go like to Antarctica. Why? Because there's a 14 nations agreement about Antarctica that nobody can use it, and you can't be banned from going there, and you can't be banned from establishing yourself there. And one of the northernmost sides of the island, they actually imported people onto that island, and a woman gave birth, because before that birth, it was like back in the 50s or 60s. There was people. There's only been something like 200 people or so that's actually been born on Antarctica. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
Before then, there was no indigenous people on that whole landmass. You're talking about a landmass that's bigger than the United States, South America, and there's another one there that you put them all together, and it's still bigger than that.
So how
So
does Argentina have a piece of it? Is it Argentina or Venezuela?
Argentina, the Argentina people, the lady that gave birth to the very first person that's ever been born on Antarctica. That's how they did that. And then since then, there's been, I forget how many people's actually been born in that area of that. But that town only consists of about 2,000 people during the summer, whatever it is. And then it gets down to about 200 people over the winter time in that town there. You're talking about the Argentina area.
Right.
That's what they did. They established a township there, which it in the thinking was they were going to be that's going to be their part of, and nobody's tried to stop them, but Russia, United States, China, everybody's got their little exploration stations there, but nobody's really willing to claim it. You know what I mean? Other than those little pocket of Argentinians. That's only
Yeah.
because they were the first people to actually, for somebody to actually give birth and have a baby, and that baby be born there.
Hmm.
Kind of interesting how it went. But if you want to live somewhere where there's only 6 months of open natural daylight sky during the year, and then the rest of the year in some regions it can be up to 70 degrees below zero, then have at it. You can go live there, and nobody's going to bother you. Nobody's going to tell you what to do or anything.
Sounds like the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Cold.
It
Yeah.
also sounds like Siberia, because in Siberia it gets to be like 98 below zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Too cold for me.
But he's right to a degree, because the thing is if you break away, if you have an island nation, if the rest of the world has a standard in currency and you don't, jump into that, you wouldn't be able to trade with the rest of the world. They would not, recognize your currency. So you'd be stuck circulating your own currency inside this island nation And then
Exactly.
secondly, well, if you circulate the currency, you'll never make more because you have to export stuff to make money for your nation to, actually grow and build infrastructure.
But
Because
that's
if you
where
don't do that,
you're from.
That's
well,
right,
the
Michael.
second thing is,
You
the
gotta
That's
second
what
have
thing
the
is
happens.
like he was
exchange.
saying. Well, the second thing is like he was saying, somebody can always just show up and be like, "Hey, this is my island now." And if their military is bigger than yours, it doesn't really matter.
That's basically what happened to Azores, man. That their currency, nobody really cared about the escudo, so they had to get an American military base on Terceira Island, and also they had to join the euro because before 1989, nobody really cared. I mean, you could trade your cows; they weren't worth much because it was the escudo money. The currency wasn't really recognized like the euro or the dollar, the American dollar. So that's why, I mean, you live poor there. Your cows were worth hardly anything. Your chickens, not worth much. Your fish, I mean, yeah, not worth much. That's the problem with your own currency. It has to be recognized by the 7 powers of the world, pretty much, or the 7 continents of the world. You can't have your own currency. But yeah, I mean, I don't see how, I mean, what Michael was saying about crypto, making one currency, I don't know how that's going to work, but that's going to be crazy. I don't know if it's going to be part of BRICS or whatever. We shall see how that goes.
It's not going to go well, and a lot
No,
of
it's
us
not.
are going against it any way we can. Right now, well, anyway, but okay. So what just showed about that island? Obviously, he's a wealthy man, and he is inventing things. And so if his currency is backed by gold or silver and he's inventing things and he sells those inventions, that would be incoming money. But if I were him and I was selling any of my inventions or anything, I would demand that it be paid in gold or silver. Nothing's going to change the value of gold and silver. Well, I don't know why it's changing so drastically right now, but it's still, it'll always be recognized as the main source of money, currency.
Yeah.
I beg to differ
This,
on that. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
to
I was just
me,
gonna say, look at Portugal with that they used to own lots of gold and silver. They're a small nation now. If it wasn't for Brazil, they'd be an irrelevant nation. So I mean, gold and silver is not that's old metals. I think military metals like your aluminum, your palladium, your copper, your nickel, your cobalt. I forget the other one that starts with an F to make like stainless steel, high alloyed steels for military. That's the kind of metals that the rich will invest into. Gold and silver is kind of old news. I mean, military is what, for some reason, that's the metals that rich people, invest into, in my opinion. But go ahead.
Technically,
we just
if you're going to be technical, the whole monetary system really is just an illusion because nothing has any more value than what you put into it. And if everybody believes it's valuable, now it's valuable. But really, the barter system worked just fine for a long time in human history. And then all of a sudden, taxation came about at some point. And that changed the fact that you can barter with things that you scavenge or farm or what have you. And so it's like a trap because the man's right to a degree because they went off the gold standard in the 70s and they switched over to the petrodollar, which is what it is now, oil. Now, with the advancement in technology, the real value is actually data. That's why they're building all these data centers and stuff, that because you can sell data for, stupid amount of money. So it's really all going to go digital, and I don't know if anybody here believes in Jesus, but I do. And for the Antichrist, well, they call him the Antichrist, but for the mark of the beast to happen, and for somebody to say, hey, everybody's got to take this mark to buy or sell. It doesn't matter where you're at, who you are. They have to have a way to be able to control that, monitor that, incentivize that stuff. And I strongly believe that's where it's going to go inevitably. You think about the United Nations. Does anybody here know what the original name that the United Nations was founded under?
Tell us what.
It
We
was
chased-
It was Lucifer Publishing, and then it went to Lucius at some point, and then it became the United Nations.
Well, and that's why you do barter and trade through the people, not the government, not the banks, not any of that. It's through the people. There's going to be people willing to do that. There's so many
not
already.
for rent. Not for rent. You tell me that you can find someone to be like, hey, I've got 3 pigs for my month's rent.
But you have, see, why are you renting? If you have an island, you're not worrying about rent. If the people of that island purchased whatever they have, and so there's part of his money. Obviously, it's not just him on the island. And so I see it working. I don't know.
It could work. It
Yeah.
could work until a superpower, like let's say for whatever reason, China or something is interested in your island. And then, what are you going to do? If you're just a small island group of people that's scavengers and, bartering in between each other, and yeah, you might have some advancements and stuff, but unless you've got a very severely advanced technology or something to deter the rest of the world from taking your island, it'll be just like anything else.
It'd be like the Hawaiian Islands, when it was under the territories of Japan until the United States built Pearl Harbor. You see, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's going to come along. The only way that you're going to exist on that island is if you have no monetary value to the rest of the planet of the humans. Then they might leave you alone, at that point.
I mean, look at the Azores again. I mean, some islands don't even have more than 1,000 people, man. So they all left because they couldn't trade. Their currency was basically worthless. Escudo was worthless until 1989. So it was so cheap they had to their kids of the old people left to mainland Portugal or Boston or wherever they could find jobs because their currency just fell. Nobody really cared about what they had to offer. Cows and chickens can be grown anywhere. Fish, you can fish anywhere. So what they had to offer, that's why you lose people. They just leave the island.
Rumor has it beef is fixing to skyrocket because there's such a shortage of it. There's not enough beef to feed the nation. And so if you can go out there and raise some cattle, I think that would be a high seek commodity.
You know who the biggest beef industry inside the United States is?
Texas?
Nope. Australia.
Brazil too.
Australia is one of Australia, and there's 4 of them that own 90% of the beef cow heads inside this country and the processing of them. So
JBS China is one of them.
Yeah. So I've heard that, and that's complete malarkey because just because there's a lot of cows in different states inside this country doesn't mean that state owns them. See, that's the problem. In the United States, on daily average, 90,000 heads of cattle go to slaughter. You see, and whenever somebody gets up on television, the fearless leader, and say, "Oh, they don't want our beef, they don't want our pork, we can't give this stuff away," he's a fucking liar. Because a lot of that stuff gets imported into this country, regardless of what people think, by the hundreds of tons. And then if you look at the chicken, beef, pork export, what are you going to find? You're going to find thousands of tons of beef and chicken leave the United States daily. It's not, we don't have, see, that's the thing. It's like gas, $4 a gallon. Oh, there's some people say, we must be running low on gas. No, you must be stupid. The fact of the matter is, it's the same thing with beef, cows, and chickens. But the four conglomerates of that industry, there's four of them, major ones that control the majority of it inside this country, and they're primarily foreign owned. There's no big major. We don't own the majority of the beef, chicken, and poultry. We don't own that. We don't own the majority of it. It's owned.
Well, realistically, it's more than that, because when all of the manufacturing and all the factories left and Detroit wound up being a third world country because all the automotive factories left, they have us by the balls. I hate to be vulgar, but that's what it is. We don't produce anything to the rest of the world, really. When you look at the exports, most of the stuff, like the gentleman is saying, is imported. You're talking medicines, you're talking food, you're talking raw materials. Sure, there might be some steel and oil, but we don't really export a lot of that stuff. We do, but it's not like the rest of the world, especially China and parts of Middle East, and but we export a lot of military hardware and technology, but really, it's just all imports.
And that's another thing about island life. Gas, like Hawaii and Azores, also that the gas is $7.50 a gallon, so it's like almost $2 a liter. So yeah, it's expensive for gas on the island, but you can ride a bicycle and ride the bus from the bicycle and be around the whole island in 2 hours. So that's a plus. But yeah, no, the gas is expensive on any island in the world.
That's because the U.S. took it over.
No, this is Europe, because Azores is Europe. Of course, Hawaii is America, but it doesn't matter where you're at for gas. Any island is going to be expensive in gas, unless it's the Aleutian Islands, like in Alaska, but that's cold.
Yeah, take a long look. Take a real long look when you got time during the day. It don't take that long. Take a real hard look at the truth of media and stuff that's coming out of Cuba. But use that for example right there.
I've seen it. Because the U.S. took it too.
Whenever somebody gets enough power under their control, they got enough people believing that they're this old, powerful person, and guess what happens? You're in the box, you're in the cage, you're under the thumb, because no matter who you are, is if you say, "Oh, I got this to protect myself with." Well, what happens when 30 of those same people show up to your house and they've got all of that and better? You see, we pay for our own oppression inside this country. We allow the government to be so massive that now they watch every move we make. They listen to every phone call. They listen to every single aspect of your daily life. And as soon as you get caught with some kind of little out of line, I was driving 2 miles over. Listen to this one, and then I'll shut up. When my dad was 81 years old, he got stopped by a highway patrol officer in Louisiana and the highway patrol officer gave him a traffic citation for doing 1 mile per hour over the speed limit on I-12 over there. And he went to court, and the judge told him that he needed to either, it was going to cost him a whole lot more. It cost him something like $200 and something for that. And he went to the court to try to talk to the judge, and the judge told him it could have been more than that. Didn't give him no option, just said, here, pay the ticket, you see. So I don't have this nice aroma about me about some kind of, we're supposed to be free. We got a bunch of sissy ass people inside this country. Just say, okay, who's going to lose their job if we stand up? Who's not going to have food in their house if we stand up? You're running scared, pissing down your leg, you know? And when I see this shit happening in reality, when I see my dad, which is a retired veteran, he's got a license plate and everything. He loves his country. When I see my country mistreat my dad like that, charge him $200 something for 1 mile over the speed limit, and guess what? Everybody out there on that interstate right now is running 85 and 90, and he never speeds. He never speeds. He said, he said I had to, he took his cruise control off to come around a semi-truck, and he said as soon as he started to come around the semi-truck, there he was and got him for doing 1 mile over the speed limit. It cost him $200 something, plus he's old, and it takes a half a day to drive over there and back. And then, the judge himself told my dad, and that's what I was talking about one night, about I spent 38 fucking years of my life working for the people of this country. And I feel like my country just throwed me in the fucking trash can according to everybody else out here in the civilian world. Because when you start having these civilian conversations, it's all this heartfelt emotions of if I could have, if I should have, if we do, if we don't. And I'm like, hey, suck it up, Buttercup. That's what your country is trying to do to you. That's what they said in the constitutions. That's what they said in the articles of all of that. It means that if you allow this to grow into this circumstance, that's what you get. And it's going to take you 4 times as much trouble to get out of this one as it did the first one. To get the king back on his own soil and have America. That's what it's going to take. And I get so tired of that, and it's like you say, Bonnie, and my heart goes, you say you're only one person, and so am I, but when
whenever I stand and don't back down, I think someone's going to take my place if they take me out, and I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to let anyone control me. No person is supposed to control another human being, period. I don't give a crap what laws they make, what rules they make, what they decide that is best for us when they don't know crap about us. No. And I may piss everybody off saying that, but that's the way I feel. And that's
technically
in my blood. We have not stood down in Texas for 200 years in my family. Not going to start now.
Technically, when the Bible talks about this, what people call the Antichrist figure, when you actually read the stuff it's saying and everything, everybody is going to want this. It's not going to be something that people's going to fight, because check it out. What's going on around the world right now is what's going to be the reason that people are going to call for a new type of government. Because in order for you to bring in a new type of government, a new type of structure, a new type of control, you got to prove that the old one before is obsolete. So what do you see? Right now, the United States is having a lot of governmental issues and people are upset. The UK, people are upset and have a lot of governmental issues. In France, it's happening. Germany, I think Nepal just had a revolution. Iran, China, Russia, they've all got it going on right now at the same time. So that means people across the globe are fed up with all the governments. So what are they going to start doing? They're going to start trying to either demand or come up with a new type of government, and then that's when somebody is going to step in, and that one person is going to control everything, and people are going to love it. They're going to go around, they're going to saying who is like the beast, who can make war with him. That's bragging. That's what they're doing. So it's going to come down to a point to where it'll be something that everybody, it looks like the answer to everything. Everybody's going to want it.
Crypto, you were right, Michael. Like, it's going to be crypto government, the government of crypto, man. I don't know how that's going to work.
You see what's happening with Bitcoin. You think about how many overnight millionaires there's been made since Bitcoin alone. All right. Well, you think about the EU, Germany, parts of Africa, Venezuela even. Venezuela, actually, when you look into it, was like one of the Bitcoin cryptocurrency centrals of the world. I know a lot of people may not talk about that, but really, you look into it and you'll find out. But a lot of countries already pay their bills with it. Like I said, Germany and all them, they use cryptocurrency to pay their bills. They are taking away the penny, talking about all this change shortage. All this stuff is probing because they want you to get rid of money. That's why everybody carries a piece of plastic when 50 years ago it used to be actual foldable money. Sure, people had credit cards, but it wasn't that many. But now nobody carries money and nothing really has any value. Everything is virtual.
I've seen this in my lifetime. I remember when there was no such thing as a credit card. Only certain gas stations and department stores had some form of a charge card or a charge account. Other than that, it was a check or cash. And what do you hit it spot on? The thing about it is whenever you say, when's the last time somebody actually gave you a check and you went to the bank and you went in and you say, I'd like to cash this? Well, certainly there has been these times when you go into a bank and cash a check, but you take the cash and put it where? In your checking account, in your savings account. It's the same. What I'm saying is if I walk in a bank and I say, hey, I want to cash $1,000 check, they say, sure, I cash it. I take that same amount of cash and I take it over here and I put it in a different bank. Somebody in that different bank is going to come in that same bank and they're going to say, hey, I need to withdraw $1,000. So that $1,000 in cash that I just handed that bank walks right back out the front door. There's only so much cash in circulation. People should study that. It's real interesting. That
That's
means
why.
that.
Go ahead.
What is it up to now? Is it 8% or 9% of all money in banks? There's only like 10% or less actual physical currency, paper money. The rest of it is just digital currency. So that's where we're at right now. It means that they can wreck your life with a stroke of a keyboard. They don't have to go down there and say, hey, take all his cash out of that bank account, because that ain't how it works. They call the bank puts in their little special code, and your ATM card don't work and you can't withdraw funds. That's how the game is played. So now we're at that mercy. And whenever somebody talks about digital currency, well, fuck, that's where we're at. It is digital currency. What do you think it is? It's make-believe. If it's not paper fiat, then it's make-believe money. It's not even real. I think that Was it Johnny P earlier, or was it you, Michael, that said something about that? It is. It's phony. It's just made up. It has no monetary anything. It's just based on what somebody says it's worth according to something else.
I
But
don't
you
know.
don't own the you don't
It
own the
was me.
something else.
It was me talking to Watt about buying land. You'd probably want to use a cashier's check that's not reported to the IRS or to any government, and also a money order like MoneyGram, which also here's the problem. Michael's right also on that about the crypto. They actually merged with CoinMe, not Coinbase, but CoinMe. Their MoneyGram is now partnership with CoinMe, so they're going crypto. So you can't even use money orders.
Yeah, y'all ever heard of Bernie Madoff? I was just reading his book on my secret success to how I stole my first million. It's a pretty good read so far. It's got a lot of good points, you know. Haven't read to the end, so I don't know what happens to old Bernie Madoff.
You know, Al
I've never
Capone.
heard of him.
Al Capone was the mastermind of using money orders and hiding money with the mafia from the IRS. There's the old mafia game that, you know, with money orders and also not cashier's checks because you have to go to a bank for that. But money orders like MoneyGram or Western Union, it's just the way of using exchanging currency with other countries. But here's what I can agree with Trump is if he just switched his tariffs from tariffs like 12% tariffs to a 12% currency exchange fee on $10,000 or more a day of any corporation or partnership. Because let's just say if I went on a jet and took $10,000 in cash and didn't report it, that'd be a felony. I couldn't do that.
Yeah, we don't want to promote that here, you know. Yeah, we want to avoid that, you know, in case we ever have to go buy another jet or whatever, you know.
It's the same with it should be the same for anybody that's exchanging a currency exchange fee that's exchanging more than $10,000. They should have at least a 12% fee because whoever's exchanging that is probably going to be a drug dealer or something like that, you know.
Yeah, maybe I'm charging too much. I'm charging 99%. Maybe I need to cut back some. Maybe that's why the business is an all-time low right now for me. Yeah, I'm charging too much.
Well, you look at you see that gentleman Zombie was talking about earlier about the bank runs and stuff. You know, about how that your money's not really in the bank when you put it in there. That's what caused the 1929 stock market crash, the Great Depression, was everybody made a run on the bank and the banks didn't have the money to pony up. And then the stocks tanked and then everybody lost everything. But think about this, 2026, almost 100 years later, all right? Same thing is kind of going on to a degree. And then there's other stuff. Think back to George Bush around that time, 9/11. Do any of you remember that they were doing this whole alien disclosure thing then? They were setting up meetings. They were getting ready to do it. They were talking about alien disclosure, and then 9/11 happened. All right. Now, well, fast forward to today. You got the alien disclosure thing, all this stuff, all this talk about sleeper cells. And, you know, I wouldn't make no mistake that there is a lot of people out there that probably do want this country, you know, to burn, because it's always kind of been a power struggle ever since the beginning of time, anytime anybody set up a country. And that's what I was saying about an island. If you set up a country and establish yourself and you become a decent country, you know, in terms of like economics or whatever, somebody like that gentleman saying is going to come along eventually and they're going to challenge you for it. But anyway, you just think about it, you know. I'm sure that there probably will be some kind of incident inside this country. I think all these other little things have been like kind of like nudges, foreshadowing. You know, you think about the Austin guy that was wearing that t-shirt, Allah t-shirt. You think about those people that have been changing cars and shooting people, not counting all the other countless ones we've had. And one more thing is that even if somebody was to break away and start a society and try to, you know, take back their country or whatever, right? If the wrong people in power that have control of certain assets get mad enough, there would be no fighting back, because you live in a world now where You've got massive amounts of nuclear material laying around various places. You've got massive amounts of biochemical weapons. So somebody is trying to overthrow a government, and the government decides to just spray everybody with bioweapons. What are you going to do then? Ain't nobody going to fight against a bioweapon. I mean, it's just not, there's no breaking away.
We already are. We're being slammed by bioweapons daily. And it's not the government, it's the billionaires. The billionaires run everything.
Well, I mean, like,
the
sorry, go ahead.
doctors own the drugstores. Theory, that's what that is. The doctors own the drugstores. So you're not going to have, like he's saying, you got these people out here saying, oh, I'm going to go live on this 500-acre ranch that I have. Okay, there's devices inside this country that can see you in your bunker down under the ground. They can see how many people are walking around. They will find your weak spot. And that's not just the government. That will be vigilante forces. That's military trained people trying to establish territory. That's how it usually goes. And then whenever it's sort of like the Afghan deal going on there. Whenever factions, see, that's the word for it, factions invade into townships and villages, they take all the guys and put them out there and put their heads on a stick next to the gate and put all the women and the young girls and children into bondage. That's what happens. It will happen. It will happen. It's not, it ain't going to happen. It will happen.
You think about the Native Americans, anytime that somebody has something, it's just like the Native Americans. There was tens of millions of Native Americans that lived here, according to reports, and by 1800 there was 600,000. So
I'm telling people, don't think they won't. Do not think they won't. Because whenever the war between the North and the South happened, thousands of people that called themselves Americans on either side of that battle simply ceased to quit breathing. So don't underestimate the federal government, because the federal armies from the North did whatever they had to do to the people in the South. Their farms, raped their women, whatever. It went on both sides, but they did it.
What they had to do. Okay.
And like all those people at the trials of World War II over, all those people that killed all those people or had played direct part in killing those people, one of their number one answers was they were just following orders.
Yeah,
From
that's
who?
the Nuremberg trials. And secondly, Bonnie, what he was talking about what they had to do, he was talking about in terms of like thinking they would win or get the upper hand on the other side. I don't think he was actually meaning.
Women is not an act of war. It is not going to gain a position in the military. It is far from it.
No, it's supposed to instill fear and terror, because that's where you look at human history. And any time that there is a war or a conflict, it doesn't matter. There's always rape of women and children being affected. You think about the Crusades. You think about the 100 Years' War. You think about the War of 1812. You think about the Native Americans, and the list goes on and on. It always happens because war within itself is a very violent thing. And so when, you're just steeped and soaked in violence, and you're just trying to beat the other side with violence, bad, terrible stuff happens. It just does. You think about Vlad the Impaler, all right? He had people impaled on sticks that were alive for 2 weeks. They would be alive for 2 weeks because he was fairly medically inclined. He was very smart when it came to anatomy and stuff. So he would impale people, and they'd be
Hi,
alive
everybody.
for like,
Hi, Tasha.
but they'd be alive
Sorry,
for
I
like 2
interrupted.
weeks. But they'd be alive for like 2 weeks on this stick, and they'd be groaning and moaning and stuff. And he was doing that because he didn't want other forces to come in. He was trying to scare them off, So it's just something that happens when you're talking about war. And I know it shouldn't happen, and I'm not trying to make anything light about it, but that's just the facts of it. I wish it wouldn't happen, and I wish we could all get along, but I don't see people getting along like that.
And
Yeah, Michael. Same thing with the Portuguese slave trade and Spanish slave trade. They rape women too, man. That's my ancestors. They did
Good
the same.
morning, good evening, and everywhere in between. Tasha, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my internet was just went down and I had a power dip. That's why I went on and it all of a sudden it went off. Apologize that I came and I just left. Sorry if I didn't.
Oh, no
Apologize if I
apologies
didn't.
here. Welcome to the After Hours Insane Asylum. We're just solving the world's problems, one live stream at
No
a time.
problem. But I like this time because this time is a good time for me. Just before I do my morning chores. So I like this time. This is a good
There
time
you
for
go.
me.
Get you going. Gets the morning started. I like it. Just when you think it's crazy over here, you get to watch us back in the past, talking about all the stuff. You're already in tomorrow. We're still talking about yesterday. It's a beautiful thing. How you?
I can say one thing I can say about the present, for me, the present, about the past, it's worth it. It's worth it to close your eyes and wake up in the morning. Happy day. Oops. Hi. I don't want to take all the show over. Hi, Virginia. Ruth, I don't know. If I pronounce people's names wrong, I apologize about that.
No, it's not too
Hi,
often
John.
we get in a South African in Watts world. Every now and then we get a few people from the planet of Uranus, with the intergalactic invasion and the stuff like that. I mean, it's going to happen. We're going to get people from different planets, different continents, different mind and wavelengths. It's going to happen here. It's going to happen.
Forgot Mars too. What? Mars and the moon. How about that?
Yeah, I'm ready to go to Venus. Allegedly, isn't that where the women came from? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. We'll let Elon go to Mars. The rest of us will just go to Venus.
We had a joke the other day with two of my friends. We said, listen, if you can choose a fruit, now that's an interesting topic, maybe. If you can be a fruit, what fruit will you be and why?
Oh, that's a good one.
Sorry, I think Jessie just want to be, my dog want to be a banana. So she can easily, easily be everywhere. A banana split, whatever, and a banana bread or anything. She loves bananas. If I have banana, she eats my fruit.
Recognizes the bulldog. That's all it is. It's just the bulldog.
I'm thinking it could be brutal. If you look at it a certain way from choosing a fruit that you want to be, it could be brutal because you could be peeled, you could be sliced and then eating. But I think I would just say I want to be a grape. Just get it over with in one bite. Just, I'm gone. Grape.
There you go. Unless you were one of those ones they smush by feet to make wine, You don't want to be one of those grapes.
And grapes can also be raisins as well. If you think about raisins as well,
be a
it can be
California
dried as
raisin.
well.
Be specific, man. Fresno's got lots of raisins. They got bulldogs too, but they're not as good as Georgia bulldogs.
No, see, I appreciate you acknowledging that.
Yeah.
So
But I think
Tasha, how many provinces make up South Africa?
How many?
Yeah, how many provinces?
I think we're in a loss. I don't think we make profits. I think we make a loss because we just like everybody wants to help, but I think we're very big in debt. I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know about anything about politics, and with my friend's occupation, I'm not allowed to talk about politics because I can put his life in danger. Even if you guys can't see me or anything, with the government. So I rather say I can't tell you. I really
Can
don't
you
know.
say yes or no if your friend is Elon Musk?
No, but I was with him in school. I
Okay,
can
I'll
tell how
take
he
that. That's
is.
close enough. We'll run with that here. We like small, little, tiny rumors, you know.
No. I was with him in school till he was like 10 years old. Before he went to America, I
So
was
he's
with
not
him
an
in school.
alien. He is from this place.
Yeah, I'm just no. I
All
don't
right, I
think so.
got you. I'm reading between the
I'll say,
lines. I'm picking up what you're putting down. This is breaking news right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Was he an odd
Come-
I feel it. We're just
Say
two
again?
people removed from Elon.
I asked if he was an odd child. I was curious.
It wasn't. Oh, the thing is, I won't say it was a wild child. It was just a dreamer, if I can say. He was really a dreamer. I mean, you couldn't sit. He couldn't sit still for a minute, and he was always planning something and always drawing things in space and things like that. That's really true. I mean, that's one guy I can honestly say, and I can prove it. I actually must get my memory box. Maybe I can.
Did he ever open
Even
up
if
any interdimensional portals that you know of? Can you confirm or deny that one?
No comment.
I got you.
They did.
Well
They did
spoken.
that in Texas. They did that in Texas with the first particle.
Particle beam accelerator.
Yeah. And then they thought they got good at it, so they built another one even bigger over there in Britain.
And Geneva.
Yeah. I think they just teleport each other through one to the other side of the planet. I think they got You think they can actually teleport?
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they can. I'm also sure that you see, when you start going at certain speeds in something that you're traveling in order to counteract what people would call G-forces and stuff, you would have to have some kind of, let's say, technology that would be, for a lack of better terms, time-based technology, something that can bend time. Because if you can bend time in this craft that you're in, then all of a sudden G-forces don't affect you like that, because you're not actually within the realm of what people would call space and time. So I'd say there's a lot of things that we can do that would probably blow your mind.
Can I quickly change your subject quickly? I have a question for you guys. And okay, I know everybody knows Elon Musk is from South Africa, and everybody likes that, to know that he was. But I can say just one thing now, and I think most of you guys are going to laugh at my thing. So if my English is bad, I'm just apologizing now, but I'm just saying, any person, look at yourself in the mirror now, anybody can buy himself a watch, right? But my question now for you guys is, anybody can buy himself a watch, but can you buy time? That's my question.
Other people buy time by paying for labor.
I think time's
No.
been manipulated.
Timeshares? There's that too.
Yeah,
no.
he's right.
I'm talking about I'm talking about if I said, so for instance, for you guys now, like for instance, let's say I'm just gonna take a random figure now. So if it's now 12 o'clock, and I'm telling you, listen, in my time 12 o'clock, okay, your time 12 o'clock, we're gonna meet. And something happened to you, and you couldn't come, and couldn't make apologize. You can't get that 12 o'clock back, or that special moment back. It's gone. It's never gonna come back. So who in their right mind have the money, even I know this time travel, people make jokes and make time travels and things like that, but who can buy time? Nobody can buy time.
Nobody can
It's like
buy it, but people can manipulate it to a degree because you can speed up things and you can slow down things, and that would be, in essence, like manipulating time.
but you still, that time is still gonna tick. Doesn't matter. The time is still gonna go past. It's now. Say for instance, if it's now 4:20 by me, I'm never gonna get the 17th of May 4:20 back. You guys gonna have it. You guys still gonna have it. Like that's like White Brother said. You still guys gonna have it. But if you already had your 12 o'clock last night, you're never gonna see it again. And then people say, "Oh, money can buy everything." Like, that's what I'm saying. Money can buy everything, but it can't buy time. With Elon Musk, I'm saying to him, the day when he can buy time, I'll listen to him. That's all I'm saying.
If you could travel, if you said, hey, I can travel in time forwards and backwards, and I'm, let's say, 40 years old, when you get where you're at and you're forward time travel, you're still going to be 40 years old, plus whatever time it took for you to get there. You can then take yourself 40 years back in time previous to that, and you're still going to be 40 years old, plus the time that it took you to get there. Your life force only moves forward in time. You can see the past, you can read about the past, but you cannot gain your youth back from it. You're always going to remain to age in time, no matter forwards or backwards. And I read a book about that, about whenever you read a book and it talks of, I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole, but what it amounts to is we have all the books and stuff that we need to go back in time as far as we know we can, as far as we've been reading and writing and history's been recorded, but it's meaningless. According to the future, all of that is meaningless at this point, because the future is going to be what it is, and only the people that have the power to control certain futures are going to be there standing there. They will be, and that's what this biblical thing worries people about. It's because when something's been written and things start coming to fruition on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis, and nobody seems to be concerned about it, then we start worrying. It means we're either going to live to see it or we're going to die trying, either way. But you're always going to remain to just get older and older and older, no matter what kind of knowledge you got in front of you. That's what you're going to be. You can't cheat it.
Unless you're half robot, you'll last till 100 years old, like Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Well, you can technically, hypothetically, allegedly, pause it for a time. Let's say that you were to build a chamber that you could stand in or whatever. And let's say that you could equip some very high-powered electroneodymium magnets and some other things. Let's say that you could have it gyrate, but you'd be perfectly still inside of there. The effects of electromagnetics, actually, through like some of the things they've discovered in CERN as of lately, is very expansive. It goes from everything to like how sometimes matter can be collected together and start clumping together. It can be the effects on the human brain, the human heart. It can be solar radiation and deflecting radiation. It can be a containment wall for an artificial star. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Operation Star City. But in China, they've built, well, allegedly, they've worked on an artificial star as a power source, which would be an infinite power source. But they've been trying to figure out the containment method, and well, the containment method is actually electromagnetic in nature, and they found that out from CERN because all the countries are involved in CERN. Well, maybe not all of them, but a good majority, even the ones that's fighting. But I'd say that because the Bible is very true, and Jesus said that every man will stand on his rooftop, shouting out his secrets and all these things, and everything's will come to light. So I'm sure that a lot of stuff is going to come out, and it's gonna really throw people for a loop.
As for the fruit that I would want to be, it'd be the fig, because you could take a branch off and replant it and get more fruit, without having seed. Like, Monsanto's is going to control the seed. So you just basically just regenerate without seed. A fig would be my fruit, but I don't know what you guys want to be as a fruit. I just started going back, for fruit. Sorry for changing the subject.
No, it's fine. I've been thinking about it too. I think I'd be a jackfruit. Because I'd want somebody that's going to have a go at me to really have a hard time getting in there to me.
I'm right out in the open.
The fruit I really want to be, I want to be an apple. Why I'm saying I want to be an apple is it's not because I'm fat and I got the confidence of an apple, but because apple is most of the people in the world you eat an apple, even if it's a sauce or anything. So I want to be an apple because I love apple juice. So that's me.
I like
and
apple.
The things when I in the winter, you guys, if you see me on camera now, even in the winter, my cheeks is red. It looks like I blusher. People said, "Wait, what blusher are you using?" I said, "I'm not using blusher. That's my natural red cheeks." So yeah, when old people seeing me, they just want to pinch my. Oh, you my sweetie, hello. I said, "Stop my cheeks." So yeah, that's why I say I want to be an apple.
Hey, Tasha, you do know that the apple tree, the bark of an apple tree is cinnamon. You make cinnamon out of the bark of an apple tree. So you can be cinnamon too at the same time.
Really? I didn't know that. So say again, cinnamon?
The bark of the apple tree is cinnamon. That's how they make cinnamon. That's what they do in Washington State. They grow a lot of apple in Washington State, by Vancouver, Canada, West Canada. Yeah, that's what they do. The spearmint, the mint for brushing your teeth, they grow that's Washington State. Most of the other stuff is on the West Coast. So.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. Thanks. That's just very interesting.
You do know that the aspirin is the bark of a willow tree too. I'm sure you've heard of that.
I know there's okay, yes, I know you guys don't have that tree, but we got a tree here that's the Mupani tree, and it's like Canada's maple tree, but we got a tree that's here, like we call it the Mupani tree, and his wood is the charcoal that most of the kids using in drawings and things like that. His wood. Charcoal, you see some people do charcoal paint. Most of that wood comes from that tree, actually.
Yeah, I didn't know that. You actually taught me something I didn't know either. Crazy.
Yep.
So I wonder why it's always been said an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
The thing is, I don't want my doctor away. He's a very handsome guy. I actually wish I didn't eat apple every day. He's very handsome for me. No, I'm just joking. I hope he doesn't see the tree ever. Hope he doesn't. Yeah.
She's not joking, else she wouldn't have said it.
Right.
I'm not joking. He is handsome. I mean, really, he is handsome.
I understand. My Friend has a heart doctor that's very handsome, and she goes in as often as she can.
But Bonnie, I have a question for you. Because we're female, and don't take it wrongly, guys, but why is all the dentists men now? A man dentist have the most
Wait.
beautiful eyes. The dentist guys, have you noticed that? The dentist guys got the most beautiful eyes.
The what guys?
The dentist, a dentist, the male dentist, they all got beautiful eyes.
Painters?
Dentist, like a dental dentist?
The teeth doctor?
Yeah, I got you. Dentist, yep. I can understand, Tasha.
Yeah, but I don't know. I know here in South Africa we get female, and I mean, even my son, he said, "Mom, this dentist got the most prettiest eyes," and that's a female. And I'm talking about a male. I mean, I saw some of my friends that in USA, they're telling me they're going to the dentist, and I said, "Wow!" And they said, "What?" I said, "Not about your teeth. That's wow." But I mean, he said, "He's got the most beautiful eyes." So I don't know. I'm just asking. That's the first thing I noticed of a guy, his eyes. Sorry.
If I go to the dentist, my eyes are closed. I'm not looking at their eyes.
I shy. Okay, sorry, buddy.
Excuse me. I am terrified of the dentist. I think that's the only person that can really make me anxious is a dentist.
That reminds me, I got an online Zoom dentist call in about 30 minutes, y'all. I forgot all about it.
Ooh, you are in trouble.
I'm always in trouble, At least if I'm in trouble, someone else is getting a break, maybe, allegedly. But
Yeah, I do want to say I gotta go though.
All good things must come to an end, 4 out of 5 dentists approve of Watts World. I don't know who that 5th dentist is, but we still love you, still the same, Any final thoughts, concerns? Have at it.
Well, I would work on maybe some way for water purification. Maybe not, just something to think about, for a later time. Maybe do some research into ways and methods to water purify. You could do a coyote well, you could do like sediment, gravel, all these things, charcoal. You could take a very porous tree limb, let's say birch or maple or something like that, and you can take water and put it at a higher elevation, and you can bend that tree limb, and the water will run through that tree limb and filter out at the bottom. It's a little bit lengthier.
Grapevine, yes.
Yeah.
To be honest,
I just want to say I gotta go. No, you're fine. I'm just leaving because it's fairly late here. And I hope everyone has a good night. And Lord willing, I'll be on another episode. It's been wonderful.
Definitely.
I just want to say, in South Africa, all I can wish for South Africa that everybody can, when I open the tap, there comes water out. Because even in my town, and one of my friends' houses, if you open the tap, that doesn't always come water out. So I just wish that everybody can have water. Because water is one thing that we have to live with. Nobody can live without water.
Yes.
Watch the water. I agree.
Collect the water. Rainwater.
Hey, come live down where I'm at, and you won't never worry about water again.
Is that an invite? Be careful if you invite me now. I'm very tempted now. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But y'all.
But nothing else. I'll leave you with this final thought. Live in the active rather than the passive voice. Intent upon what you can do rather than upon what may happen to you. Live in the indicative mood, not the subjective. Concerned with facts as if they are rather than they might be. Live in the present tense, concentrating upon the duty at hand without regrets for the past or worry about the future. Live in the first person, criticizing yourself Rather than condemning others, live in the singular number, caring more for the approval of your own conscience rather than the popularity with the many. You can take with that what you will. I just felt like I wanted to read it and I read it. But any final thoughts, concerns?
Well, thank you for the platform, Mr. White.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad I met the voices out there in the interwebs again this evening. And I'm going to look forward to hearing you guys in the future. You know, the more people talk and the more people get on the same page, we call that traction. You know, I just think that that's where traction starts on ideas.
No
Even if
doubt.
we can't, you know, it's like that frog that's being swallowed by that stork, and he's holding on to the stork's neck, you know. It's called never give up and never surrender, you know. So if something out there in the world is going to eat you, it's just going to eat you, you know. Try to be a pain in the throat on the way down. That's what I say is a grape.
There you go. Well, hopefully maybe tonight, maybe you learned something. Maybe you forgot something. Maybe you found something. Maybe you lost something. Either way, you found your way here, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all the guests, everybody in chat, anybody that was here in the present and the now. I definitely appreciate it. Hopefully to see you in the future. Other than that, I guess this concludes another episode of Watts World. Much
Thank you
love
very
and
much
God
for
bless
your
y'all.
thank you for your hospitality and for everybody in the chat that I didn't greet. I apologize. I can't see the chat because I'm using my phone. And really, guys, thank you. You guys are a wonderful family.
Yeah.
I call it a community. And really, I feel really welcome here. And thanks again for everybody, each and everybody that's here and that was and that see me, that greeted me. Really, really, thank you very much. I really feel like a family of the USA.
It's awesome.
Absolutely.
This conversation will continue in the backstage, but other than that, until we meet again somewhere, someplace, sometime, God bless y'all.